This is Mission Control Houston. Good morning. You are getting an inside look of the International Space Station. This is the equipment lock of the International Space Station where two NASA astronauts are preparing to go outside to complete some of the work of replacing and upgrading batteries on the starboard 6 truss of the International Space Station. Today is July 1st, 2020. This is the final spacewalk scheduled to complete the 1B channel of the starboard 6 truss of the International Space Station. Two spacewalkers inside the equipment lock right now already in their suits and completed some of their in-suit exercise and pre-breathing exercises to purge nitrogen from their bodies, already suited up and about to head out the door for a start time today at 6:35 a.m. Central Time. Suited up in the right is EV-1 Chris Cassidy, International Space Station Commander of Expedition 63. On the left is Bob Behnken, Flight Engineer and crew member of Expedition 63, as well as the Joint Operations Commander of the SpaceX Demo 2 mission. Assisting in the suit-up process right now on the forward left end.
Pre-breathe clock at 10:01.
Houston copies, 10:01.
That was the voice of Doug Hurley, NASA astronaut and flight engineer of Expedition 63, as well as the commander of the SpaceX Demo 2 mission. He's leading the suit-up process today. To his right, cosmonaut Ivan Wagner, also assisting with the suit-up of our two spacewalking astronauts today. Again, Cassidy and Behnken wrapping up some of their pre-breathing procedures to purge nitrogen from their bodies as the suits that they are wearing now, those EMUs, providing 100% oxygen environment that will carry them through the 6+ hour spacewalk today. You can see some of the tools attached to the forward end of their spacesuits that they'll be using. The primary task of today's spacewalk is again completing the upgrades to the 1B channel of the starboard 6 truss. There's 3 lithium-ion batteries that need to be installed on this channel. The two of them completed a spacewalk just last week, June 26th. For a 6-hour and 7-minute spacewalk, they completed the majority of the 1B channel. In that 6 hours and 7 minutes, Cassidy and Behnken removed 5 nickel hydrogen batteries and installed 2 new lithium-ion batteries with 2 adapter plates. Here's the battery configuration. Much will seem similar for today's spacewalk. You can see the lithium-ion battery and the adapter plate that needs to be attached adjacent to the lithium-ion battery. The batteries that were installed, the 2 new ones, last week on June 26th, have old nickel hydrogen batteries installed on top of the adapter plates that are adjacent to them.
It's an airlock. Canisters 10 and 31 have been installed in EV1 and EV2 respectively, and 18 and 22 are temp stowed outside the airlock.
Copy, Doug, as expected.
Again, the voice of Doug Hurley from the equipment lock of the International Space Station. He's right now speaking with Josh Matthew of the Orbit 1 team here in Mission Control Houston.
Seconds remaining on the purge.
As the crew continues their nitrogen purge, the Orbit 2 team getting ready to lead today's spacewalk, led by Flight Director Royce Renfrew. Many of the flight controllers still coming in and about to hand over. Here's the flight control team now. Royce Renfrew here in the room. Flight Director will be leading today's spacewalk. To his right, Jasmine Mogbelli. It'll be her voice.
Check your CO2 status, less than 8.0 millimeters.
And Doug, you're on Space to Ground 1.
As Doug Hurley continues to go through the suit-up procedures and get our 2 spacewalking astronauts out the hatch today, robotics officers on the ground are right now maneuvering the external pallet. You can see the movement of the arm right now. This is a look at the work site where Cassidy and Behnken will be spending the at least first half of today's spacewalk out at the far end of the station's starboard truss near those solar arrays. The batteries that they are swapping out are the units that will store the power that the solar arrays provide. That pallet containing the 1 new lithium-ion battery that will be installed on the 1B channel. There's 3 more lithium-ion batteries on that pallet. They will be saved for the 3B channel. On the other side, it'll be on the other side of the starboard truss. After today's primary task of installing that new lithium-ion battery, they'll head over to the other side after cleaning up their work site and making sure that that lithium-ion battery is checked out and providing power to the 1B channel. And they'll start the prep work for the 3B channel. The work there to replace the final channel and upgrade with lithium-ion batteries, the final channel of 8 of the International Space Station's power channels. Those spacewalks scheduled for later this month.
Airlock on 1. 2 successful leak checks. We'll meet you back in step 15 of EMU pre-breathe.
Copy, Doug. We're with you there. And Doug, just so we're on the same page, we're tracking the go for depress time as 1041.
Now you're hearing good leak checks right on the timeline now to get our 2 spacewalking astronauts out the hatch on time, 6:35 a.m. Central. Here's some of the work that they'll start with. Right here, this is a look at the graphic of where we are right now. Cassidy and Behnken pretty much did an EVA and a half on June 26, blasting through their timeline and completing all the objectives and some of the objectives that were originally scheduled for today. So here's the configuration that they last completed, moving an old nickel hydrogen battery from slot 6 over to slot 4. The first task on today's spacewalk will be to install a new lithium-ion battery into slot 6. That'll be the last lithium-ion battery to be installed on this channel. Now, of course, for the lithium-ion battery to work with the channel, they'll have to take out the nickel-hydrogen battery and install an adapter plate. That will be the last task of the battery upgrade work, all in slot 5. And on the external pallet there, you see on the left, they'll take that adapter plate over to slot 5, hook it up to the lithium-ion battery in slot 6, make sure the power is checked out, and that'll complete the work for the 1B channel. Now you heard good leak checks from both Cassidy and Behnken. Again, proceeding on the timeline to get them out the hatch on time. You see the bag that Wagner is taking from the crew lock. That's at the far end of this camera view. That is a safer unit. That stands for the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. The next task will be Hurley and Wagner working together to install these simplified aid for EVA rescues onto the backs of both of our spacewalkers today. It's essentially a jetpack. They'll install it, and if for whatever reason our 2 spacewalking astronauts were to become untethered, in the unlikely scenario, they could pull down some handles and guide themselves gently back to the International Space Station to safety. But of course, those tether configurations will be the primary way of keeping our 2 spacewalking astronauts attached to the International Space Station as they complete their tasks. In fact, some of the first checks you'll hear from Cassidy and Behnken before they even make their way out of the hatch is making sure those tethers are in a good configuration. As Hurley and Wagner work in the station's equipment lock to install this safer unit onto Chris Cassidy. That'll be one of the final steps before they actually maneuver Cassidy himself into the crew lock. From where Cassidy is positioned, it's sort of at the left side of this screen. They'll go in one at a time, pulling out some of the bags and making sure they have all of their tools and tethers configured before closing the hatch and getting our 2 spacewalking astronauts out the door today. Once they get out the door at 6:35 a.m. Central, it'll be the 8th spacewalk for both of them. Both veteran spacewalkers today. You can see Chris Cassidy is EV1. He'll be the lead spacewalker today, and you can identify him by the red stripes around his suit thighs. Bob Behnken, also his 8th spacewalk, he'll be EV2, wearing the suit with no stripes around the thighs. Both have 7 spacewalks under their belt. Cassidy, you can see more than 37 hours of spacewalking time. Behnken, more than 43 hours. For Expedition 63, this is the 2nd spacewalk, the first just last week to start the 1B channel on the starboard 6 truss. This spacewalk, though, will be the 229th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This is the 9th in the series of spacewalks since 2017 to upgrade all 8 channels of the International Space Station, replacing nickel-hydrogen batteries with lithium-ion. Again, this is the 7th channel of 8. The P4, S4, and P6 truss already completed with lithium-ion batteries and providing power through the life of station. For those just tuning in, you are seeing Doug Hurley at the forward end of your screen there outfit Chris Cassidy, one of the spacewalking astronauts for today's battery upgrade EVA. He's outfitting the EV-1 suit with a safer unit, simplified aid for EVA rescue. This is one of the final steps to outfit the spacesuits before pushing Cassidy into the crew lock. You can see Wagner already maneuvering Cassidy into place. This crew lock at the bottom of the crew lock, you can see from the angle of your view here. That's the hatch. Once the hatch behind Cassidy towards his feet is closed and the crew lock is depressurized, Cassidy will be the one to open the hatch and begin today's spacewalk. So far, everything going right on the timeline to get our two spacewalking astronauts out the hatch at 6:35 a.m. Central Time. Right now, the International Space Station is 259 statute miles over Algeria in an orbital daytime. If we stick to the timeline here, space station will enter into an orbital darkness, and right about the time that Cassidy and Behnken open up the hatch, we'll be getting some sunrise into an orbital daytime to start today's spacewalk. This is Mission Control Houston, still continuing with the beginning procedures to get our two spacewalking astronauts out the hatch today. Again, everything going according to the timeline so far. 6:35 a.m. Central Time is our target to get out the hatch and begin today's spacewalk. Doug Hurley, you see on the forward end of your screen, and Yvonne Wagner at the top. Now outfitting Bob Behnken with the safer unit, simplified aid for EVA rescue. Again, essentially a jetpack that can be used if the unlikely event of the astronaut becoming untethered were to occur. This is the final step before positioning Behnken in the crew lock. You can see just behind Behnken in this screen, Cassidy already in the crew lock. He's positioned with his face right towards the hatch. He'll be the one to open up the hatch today and begin today's spacewalk. Of course, after closing the hatch and depressurizing the vestibule. A correction that veteran cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin, now in the equipment lock, assisting Hurley with the suit-up procedures and getting Behnken situated with the safer unit. Doug Hurley, Expedition 63 flight engineer and commander of SpaceX Demo 2. the lead for what's called the suit IV. He's the lead for getting our 2 spacewalking astronauts situated here and prepared for today's spacewalk. He'll also be the lead robotics officer at the hands of the station's robotic arm, at the end of which is the external pallet containing that last lithium-ion battery to be installed onto the 1B channel. This is Mission Control Houston. Hurley there on the forward end of your screen. Doug Hurley leading the suit up of Bob Behnken. EV2 for today's spacewalk on the right there. On the forward end of the screen, Yvonne Wagner now coming into the forward end. Anatoly Ivanishin also assisting with the suit up. Both of our spacewalking astronauts attached by umbilical, providing power and air to our 2 spacewalking astronauts right now. Some of the next steps coming up will be to position Behnken into the crew lock that you see behind him. Cassidy already positioned there. The hatch will close between the equipment lock where Hurley and Yvonne Wagner currently are with Behnken, and the crew lock where Cassidy is and Behnken will soon be. Once that hatch is closed, teams here in Mission Control Houston, led by Orbit 1, who have been seeing over some of the suit-up procedures here, before getting our 2 spacewalking astronauts out the hatch today, they'll be the one to conduct a go, no-go poll, making sure everything is okay to begin the depressurization sequence. Depressurization occurs in increments just to make sure everything is safe. Of course, the leak checks on the suits were performed to make sure the suits are good to go out into vacuum. The crew lock itself will be brought down from just about the pressure you will find at sea level, 14.7 psi. That's what the station is. It'll be brought down to about 5 psi. Hold there for a little bit and just make sure that it's steady and check for any leaks before proceeding down to vacuum. A U.S. spacewalk officially begins when the suits are connected not by umbilical, but switched to battery power. That'll be the official start time for today's spacewalk to complete the 1B channel on the starboard 6 truss, the 7th of 8 power channels to be completed today. On the right hip of Behnken, you see some of the tools that he'll be using. He's outfitted with some equipment that he'll need to perform today's battery swap. That was a pistol grip tool. You'll hear that term a lot, PGT. Sort of the space drill that they'll use for the bolts that hold the lithium-ion batteries and nickel-hydrogen batteries into place on both the integrated electronics assembly, that's the interface that has the batteries that work with the solar arrays on the truss of the International Space Station, as well as the external pallet containing those new batteries. Yvonne Wagner and Doug Hurley situating Behnken in the crew lock. Right where about Doug Hurley is the hatch that will close. Once that hatch is closed, Hurley will be right there in the equipment lock, talking with our two spacewalking astronauts through the handset there. Two astronauts will be hot mic'd and will be able to chat with Hurley as they go through the procedures to close the hatch and depressurize that crew lock down to vacuum. Some of the pre-work to begin today's spacewalk underway aboard the International Space Station right now, just in a handover period. This will happen quite a number of times throughout today's coverage of the spacewalk. Handing over from some of the tracking and data relay satellites that provide video and audio from the station. What you're looking at now is the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The Orbit 2 team is here, now conducting a handover from the Orbit 1 team, just getting a status, and it'll be this team here that'll carry us through today's spacewalk. Royce Renfrew here in the room, flight director leading the teams, conducting that handover, going through all the checks. Immediately to the right of Renfrew is Jasmine Mogbelli. She is the ground IV. It'll be her voice from here in Mission Control Houston to our two spacewalking astronauts, Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken. Jackie Kagi is also here in the room as the spacewalk officer. It'll be her that knows the procedures of the spacewalk backwards and forwards, working with her teams in the back room. She is the lead here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room with the Orbit 2 team. Today's spacewalk is to once again complete the 1B channel.
Yep, 64. And just want to tag up how much time do we have left. It looks like 10 minutes or 9.5 with our clock.
Yeah, Doug, we're 9 minutes out.
So again, the primary work today is to complete this 1B channel.
Okay. Are you good with us just closing the hatch and being ready to go?
And Doug, your go to continue through step 80. The 8-minute clock is to before you can go past step 80.
So that was Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station, just confirming those procedures again. He's working with the ground teams here, now handing over to Orbit 2. It'll be the teams here that'll walk him through the procedures to eventually close that hatch and begin the depressurization sequence and getting our two spacewalking astronauts out the hatch. We're scheduled for egress at in the beginning of the spacewalk at 6:35 a.m. Central Time. Now, as Hurley and Yvonne Wagner here in the equipment lock wait for that clock to reach 0 and they can begin the hatch closing and depressurization, let's go through some of today's procedures. Here's where we left off from the last spacewalk. Cassidy and Behnken essentially completing a spacewalk and a half, getting through a lot of the procedures that were originally scheduled for today. So this was the last task that was completed on June 26, moving a nickel hydrogen battery from slot 6 over to slot 4. That made slot 6 empty and allows for the first task of today to be moving a brand new lithium-ion battery from the pallet over to the 1B IEA, that is the integrated electronics assembly. That's what's integrated with the solar arrays and the truss segment, providing and storing power in those batteries and sending that power downstream to the rest of the International Space Station's very essential systems. So that lithium-ion battery into slot 6 will be the first task, and of course to work with the electronics assembly it needs an adapter plate. So they're going to move the adapter plate from the slot D on the external pallet over to slot 5. There's an old nickel hydrogen battery in the way, so they just need to move that one over to slot D of the external pallet. And that will complete the work on the integrated electronics assembly. From there, the next task will be just to sort of complete their work site and clean up from some of the work that they've done on the 1B channel. Now, because they really don't have too much to complete for the 1B channel, they'll spend some of the next procedures not only cleaning up, but getting some of the prep work ready for the 3B channel. That's a new channel on the other side of this starboard 6 truss. It still has those old nickel hydrogen batteries, so they will get some of the prep work done to remove that. You can see now Doug Hurley and Yvonne Wagner already closing the hatch, tightening it for a nice seal. Again, some of the next procedures will be to depressurize, but not all the way to vacuum. They'll get it down to 5 psi. We still have a clock of about 5 minutes before the teams here conduct a go, no-go poll for that depressurization, making sure everything is set before they hit the button to begin the depressurization sequence. But Hurley and Yvonne Wagner already getting through those procedures, making sure that our spacewalking astronauts get out on time today, just about an hour from now. Now again, what was original...
Steps 72 and 73 are complete.
Houston copies. And Doug, we'll put...
And it looks like you guys have 74 and subsequent until we get ready to start the depress.
Yeah, copy, Doug. We're putting those in work right now.
And that was Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station, just confirming those steps. As we speak, the flight control teams here in Mission Control Houston conducting a go, no-go poll. A go, no-go poll to make sure that everything is set for that depressurization.
And Airlock Houston on Space to Ground 1, EV crew is hot mic'd.
EV1 copy. EV2 copy.
And Houston copies EV1 and 2, loud and clear. And Airlock Houston on 1, we have just over a minute left on the clock.
And Bob, if you could check the switch depress pump power is off.
Verified off.
And check depress pump enable LED on.
The enable LED is on.
Airlock Houston, you guys are go for depress. The clock has expired. We will hand you over to the capable hands of the Orbit 2 team. You guys have a good day out there.
Thanks, Josh. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Josh.
And with that, Doug Hurley will walk our 2 spacewalking astronauts through the depressurization procedures. Josh Matthew, the Capcom of Orbit 1.
Depress card. Do Bob on the UIA. Switch the depress pump power to on.
Okay, the depress pump power is on.
Okay, there's 10 seconds. Take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open. Expect alert tone.
Depress pump manual isolation valve is open. Got the tone. Tone as well.
Monitor your suit pressure gauge for less than 5.5.
Copy. Copy.
Doug Hurley inside the equipment lock walking through our 2 spacewalking astronauts today. Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken. Depressurization is underway, coming down from 14.7 psi, just about to hit 13 already. This depressurization is not the official start of today's spacewalk. That'll be when they switch to battery power.
So in step 3, when the crew lock pressure gets to 6.0, you guys will get an alert tone as well.
Copy. Copy.
Crew lock now at 11 pounds per square inch, heading to 5 pounds per square inch. That is the check mark. The hold at 5 psi for a little bit, just making sure everything is steady, that it's holding pressure. Do a quick leak check before proceeding down to vacuum. Now in another short handover period. Again, we'll encounter a few of these throughout today's spacewalk, handing over the TDRS satellites, tracking and data relay satellites that are in geosynchronous orbit, about 23,000 miles away from Earth, providing video and audio communication from the station. Just handing over as the station flies 17,500 miles per hour around the Earth. Station about to enter into an orbital nighttime. Right now at the South Indian Ocean, about to cross the Terminator line and head on a northeasterly track. You can see here on the map just to the east of the eastern coast of Australia into the Pacific Ocean. The sounds you're hearing now is the depressurization from the Quest airlock of the International Space Station. Now less than 10 pounds per square inch, again heading to 5. This is a live view of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Orbit 2 teams here in the room led by Flight Director Royce Renfrew. The voice of Capcom that you might hear from this room is Canadian Space Agency astronaut and veteran spaceflight veteran expedition crew member of the International Space Station, David St. Jacques. He's the Capcom that you might hear on the inside of the International Space Station. Doug Hurley will be the main voice through some of the depressurization procedures, but the comms will be handed over to the ground IV, Jasmine Mogbelli, here in the room. The ground IV is the voice that you'll hear. It'll be her voice to Cassidy and Behnken throughout the duration of today's spacewalk, communicating the procedures from here in the room up to the crew members conducting today's spacewalk. You see Mogbelli there in the middle console, Royce Renfrew, Flight Director, leading the teams here of Orbit 2. Doug Hurley, Flight Engineer of Expedition 63 and Commander of the SpaceX Demo 2 mission, leading through the procedures of getting our two spacewalking astronauts ready to go out the hatch. Really just a few steps left. The depressurization sequence underway, just less than 8 pounds per square inch at this time. We're heading down to 5. We'll do a quick hold at 5 psi, making sure there are no leaks in the crew lock before proceeding down the vacuum.
It looks dark down there, where you're at.
Yep, not as dark as it's about to be for a half hour.
Okay, we're 3-7.
Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken on the other side of that hatch right now. The crew lock, where Cassidy and Behnken are situated, and being depressurized at this time. Now less than 7 psi. We're heading down to 5 psi. Again, we'll do a quick hold there before proceeding down to vacuum on the inside of the station, where Doug Hurley and Yvonne Wagner are situated on the equipment lock that's at the pressure of about sea level, 14.7 psi.
There's my tone at 6.
6 at 5 psi. We're going to take the depress pump manual isolation valve to close, but that's at 5, and I'll give you a call as well.
Copy.
Okay, Bob, as expected, I'm lagging you by about 0.3.
Copy. There's 5.1.
Copy, I was just going to call you. You're getting close. Okay, go ahead and take it close.
Closed.
Copy, close. See the pressure stops moving. On the DCMs, go ahead and switch your displays to get leak check question mark display.
Okay, I'm there.
And hit yes, and follow the instructions.
EV1 less than a minute.
EV2 as well.
Leak check complete. EV1 going to O2 actuator to EVA.
Leak check complete for EV2. Going to EVA.
Depot, with the check in step 6, we're going to go depress pump manual isolation valve to open. Expect an alert tone.
EV1 in EVA.
EV2 is EVA.
Both, and confirm you got the valve open. We're going to open up our MFAS.
Negative. I'll take the depress pump manual ice invasive valve to open now. Depress pump manual isolation valve is open.
Copy, open. Look through your suit pressure gauges for less than 5.5.
Copy.
Copy.
You, Bob, we're going down to 2 now, and then closing the isolation valve again.
Copy.
And this is a good time to check your tethers.
Yeah, okay. Bob and Doug, on the airlock D-ring, we have the D-ring extender. My anchor hook of my waist tether is closed and locked on the D-ring extender. Look in waist tether, no anomalies, and the screw hook side of my waist tether is closed and locked on my right D-ring extender. On my left D-ring extender, I have the red hook closed and locked. The load alleviating strap's in good condition. The earthgun reel is in the unlocked position, and it does in fact retract. And then the yellow hook is temporarily stowed on my mini workstation. I think I'm good config.
Copy, EV1.
Okay, on my left side, I've got a waist tether closed and locked to the airlock D-ring extender. That waist tether is in good condition, and the crew hook is closed and locked onto my D-ring extender. On my left side, I have a safety tether reel, crew hook, red hook, closed and locked onto my D-ring extender. I've got a waist tether closed and locked onto that reel, the red reel. And the anchor hook for that red reel is temporarily stowed on my mini workstation. The reel is unlocked and the tether retracts.
I can also see my green camera light. My hat is dry and my gloves are baseline nominal.
Tethers from EV2, copy checks from EV1.
I will, Chris, when we're outside, unless you can see it now, that waist tether looked in good condition as far as I can see it on my right-hand side.
Your right-hand side, got it.
Yep. And it should be closed and locked onto my boot, the crew hook side.
I see it closed and locked onto the D-ring itself. And the fabric looking good, no color showing. And the big hook is closed and locked on the reel.
Copy. I also have a green light. I'm up on 2 PSI.
I concur.
Are you ready for depress pump manual isolation valve to close?
Showing a little bit high. Let's give it a second or two.
A quick summary of what's occurred so far. We got down to 5 pounds per square inch. Good leak check. Now proceeding down to 2.
Manual isolation valve is closed.
Copy closed, and on the UIA, take the depress pump power switch to off.
Depress pump power is off.
Okay. Tethers are all checked. When we get a DP/DT of about 0, expect an alert tone. And Chris, when we get a EV hatch delta P of less than 0.5, you can open the hatch, but it'll be a minute or two at least.
Okay. That'll be all.
So again, good reports from Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken on the other side of that hatch. We had a good leak check at 5 pounds per square inch. Everything good to proceed down to vacuum. They had a task at 2 pounds per square inch to turn a pump ISO valve to closed. That is complete, and the crew lock is continuing to depressurize down to about 0.5 psi. From the inside of the equipment log, Doug Hurley, you see in the foreground there, will be monitoring the progress of the depressurization down to 0.5. Taking pictures through the hatchway there is cosmonaut Yvonne Wagner, assisting Hurley with some of the suit-up procedures to get our 2 spacewalking astronauts ready for the day.
It's nice if there's a window in this hatch.
Yes.
This is Mission Control Houston. You will continue to hear Doug Hurley through some of the final procedures to get our spacewalking astronauts outfitted before opening up the hatch. He'll hand over comms very shortly once we get down to about 0.5 psi to Ground IV Jasmine Mogbelli here in Mission Control Houston. It'll be her voice that you'll hear throughout the majority of today's spacewalk as Cassidy and Behnken go outside of the hatch to the starboard 6 truss and complete the installation of brand new batteries on the 1B power channel, the 7th of 8 power channels to be upgraded, completed later today once they install the final lithium-ion battery to that power channel. The crew lock continuing to depressurize down to 0.5 psi, a little less than 1.5 psi at this time. The official start time of today's spacewalk will begin. The clock will start once the power of each of the 2 suits, EV1 and EV2, EV1 being Cassidy, EV2 being Behnken, once those suits are switched to battery power. That'll be the official start time of today's spacewalk, and the clock will begin. Now Hurley's job is not done once he's completed with some of these procedures to get them out the hatch. Afterwards, he'll head over to the International Space Station's U.S. lab. From there, he has controls of the station's robotic arm. It'll be him maneuvering the robotic arm, at the end of which is the external pallet containing the brand new lithium-ion batteries. He'll be moving it just a little bit backwards and forwards as requested by the crew so they can get within reach of all of the batteries that they need to swap. Again, there's only really 2 left. There's the new lithium-ion battery from the pallet that needs to go onto the station, and then they need to swap an old nickel-hydrogen battery with an adapter plate that will officially connect that lithium-ion battery to the station, providing storage of power from the station's solar arrays on the starboard truss. This is Mission Control Houston. Depressurization still underway, proceeding as planned. It takes an estimated 13 minutes to go from 2 psi down to 0.5. Right now we're hanging at about 0.8, proceeding slowly but surely towards that 0.5 mark. Once we get to that point, Hurley from the inside of the equipment lock, still monitoring that progress down to 0.5. Very shortly after we get to that milestone, he'll hand over communications to here in Mission Control Houston. Jasmine Mogbelli, the ground IV, it'll be her voice. You hear, and you just heard 0.7 from the crew.
About right, based on our inside readings.
The crew on the other side of the hatch last reported 7 psi. We're still making good progress down to 5 psi. Again, Hurley will hand over communications to Jasmine Mogbelli, who will be the ground IV. It'll be her voice you hear guiding Cassidy and Behnken through the initial procedures, some of the first of which are configuring those tethers once again. You heard some tether readouts earlier when they were situated in the crew lock. Once they get out the hatch, one of the first things they'll do is just make sure those tethers remain in a good configuration. That'll be the primary way that Cassidy and Behnken remain attached to the station as they conduct their procedures today, the first of which is finally upgrading the 1B channel of the starboard 6 truss, that one lithium-ion battery left, and removing an old nickel-hydrogen battery, replacing that with an adapter plate. Much of the procedures that were originally scheduled for today were accomplished on June 26th during the 6-hour and 7-minute EVA. The two spacewalkers conducted a lot of the procedures that were originally scheduled for today. So after Cassidy and Behnken complete the 1B channel, they'll do mostly get-aheads. First outfitting the 3B channel, which will be the next and final channel to be upgraded on the station. And then performing a series of get-aheads like routing some power cables, Ethernet cables, removing an H-fixture for some future power system upgrades, and if time permits, removing a lens cover on one of the cameras on the outside of the station. All get-aheads that were scheduled between these two spacewalks, now primary procedures, some things that have been on the to-do list for a while, Cassidy and Behnken will get a chance to tackle today after completing the installation of the final battery on the 1B channel.
Okay, it looks like about the top. For the hatch, Chunky.
Yeah, bud.
A good read from the crew on the other side of the hatch. Cassidy and Behnken reading a good hold at 5 psi. Now able to open up the hatch. Still waiting for that official start time. That'll be when Cassidy and Behnken switch their suits to battery power.
Okay, we see it open.
Then at nighttime.
Cassidy reporting in orbital nighttime, the station 260 miles over the Pacific Ocean.
14, and with that, Jaws, if you're ready, we can hand it over to you. Good luck, guys.
Good.
Thanks, Doug and Yvonne, once again for setting us up in a timely manner here. Chris and Bob, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Okay, with that, we'll step into post-depress, staggering your switch throws, switch power to BAT, expect a warning tone.
Power back.
Power BAT.
Both of you check your display switches are functional.
Functional.
Functional for EV2.
Bob, on the UIA, switch power EV1 and 2 to off.
EV1 and 2 power switches are off. LEDs are off.
Copy LEDs. Both of you can disconnect your SCUs from the DCM, install the DCM cover, and stow the SCU in the pouch.
Good work. Remove and stowed EV1. DCM cover up.
Removed and stowed DCM cover up for EV2.
Copy. Bob, on the crew lock, check depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Depress pump man ISO valve is verified closed.
Both of you can take your temperature control valve to max hot.
Max hot EV1.
EV2 is max hot.
You can both switch water to on.
Water on EV1.
Water on EV2.
Check your DCMs are blank and bites are off.
Mike, no bite.
Mike, no bite.
You can both switch your temperature control valves to the desired setting.
Min 4 for now, EV1.
Ground IV Jasmine Mogbelli walking Cassidy and Behnken through the procedures to start today's spacewalk. We do have an official start time. It is 6:13 a.m. Central Time. Cassidy and Behnken switch their suits to battery power. The spacewalk today to complete the 1B channel is officially underway.
Okay, you can both set your visors as required. We're currently in a night pass for the next 10 minutes.
Copy, copy.
Okay, and with that, Chris, we copied your HAP check. You can open the hatch thermal cover and egress the airlock with the ORU bag, which will stow on your BRT. Bob, we did not copy your HAP check.
Thanks, Jaws. My HAP is dry, baseline.
Copy, Bob.
You'll hear HAP check a lot throughout today's spacewalk, as well as glove checks. The HAP is the helmet absorption pad.
I'm going to collect the cable, power cable.
Copy.
That they'll do periodic checks to make sure there are no scuffs on their gloves and that their HAPs, their helmet absorption pads, are dry throughout the duration of today's spacewalk. You now see that hatch is open and you're starting to see some light from the inside of the crew lock.
Putting my yellow hook onto...
Cassidy and Behnken will be performing these tether checks. That's all the colors that you'll be hearing. The first one out the hatch today will be Cassidy.
Just make sure you get a good inspection of the load alleviating strap.
Copy and work.
Station in an orbital nighttime, 259 statute miles over the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, Jaws. I've got the power cable.
All right, my yellow anchor hook is closed and locked.
Copy.
The green Ercam reel. The green Ercam reel is in unlocked, and the load alleviating strap's in good config. No color showing.
Copy, Chris. You can tether to and attach the aft safety tether green hook to your red reel.
Green hook to red reel. Copy that.
And Bob, when you're ready, we'll take an inspection on your safety tether load alleviating strap on the forward D-ring.
The waist tether on the forward D-ring is in good condition.
Copy, Bob. Bob, you can attach your yellow hook to the safety tether reel on the forward external D-ring.
Jaws, my
The camera position being situated towards the work site. You can see some of the light reflecting off of the Canadarm2, at the end of which is the external pallet. That pallet contains that final lithium-ion battery.
The reel is unlocked.
reel was unlocked. Yep.
Okay, good config, Chris.
My yellow hook is closed and locked onto my reel that's here as well. So the one on the forward D-ring in the airlock.
Copy, Bob. With that, you can tether to and attach the forward safety tether green hook to your red reel. And Chris, you can release your waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
Okay, copy that. While all that's at work, I can see Bob has 3 mini workstation tabs up, and both of his safer handles are down. Been good, Bob.
Thank you.
Copy.
Cassidy and Behnken just reporting their tether configuration, making sure their reels and everything are aligned as expected, as well as the SAFER, the simplified aid for EVA rescue, that can be used if they were to become untethered.
That green hook.
Yeah, let me get out of your way.
Because I have the green hook closed and locked onto my red reel.
Copy. And Bob, is that reel unlocked?
Both reels are unlocked.
Okay, Bob, you can release your waste tether from the airlock D-ring extender, and once you're both released, you can close the hatch thermal cover.
Copy that. Reach it, Bob, you want me to get?
I can reach it. It's a little bit tricky because the rat is retracting it.
Oh, yeah. Cover closed.
Copy, thermal covers closed, and we copied Chris your checks on Bob. Bob will need buddy checks on Chris.
It looks like your left safer handle is down. I can see all three tabs are up, and your PGT is kind of blocking me. And I can verify your right safer handle is down.
Copy, thank you.
This looks to be in a good config.
Copy, good checks on both of you. Bob, you'll be leading out. You'll head to the port CETA cart to stow that S3 power cable. And Chris, you'll trail. You'll both be releasing your fare leads on the way up the CETA spur, leaving the adjustable tether there.
Okay, copy on.
And I have two cautions for both of you. Avoid contact with deployed TUS cable, Zenith, and Nader CETA rails. On S6, avoid contact with radiator. How copy?
Give you one copy.
And Chris, I'm just going to pause here. You have a look at me at my safety tether reel, maybe behind me.
It's going around your hip. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just the, if you go to, when you get to the CETA spur, just open your right hip towards it.
Okay.
So.
Cassidy and Behnken continuing to perform buddy checks, making sure that they are set to begin today's spacewalk. In the meantime, from the inside of the International Space Station, Doug Hurley at the controls of the station's robotic arm. From the view on the outside, you might be able to see it move a little bit. He's just configuring, making sure that that's all set for when Cassidy and Behnken arrive. Hurley's talking with David St. Jacques, the Capcom here in Mission Control Houston, speaking with Hurley on the inside as Jasmine Mogbelli, the ground IV, speaks with Cassidy and Behnken, about to head out the hatch and begin today's spacewalk heading towards the starboard 6 truss.
Their lead on handrail 3410.
Copy, Bob.
That's complete.
It looks good.
Thank you.
Doug Hurley maneuvering the Canadarm2 as we speak from the inside. We're starting to get a little bit of sunlight as the space station flies into an orbital daytime over the Pacific Ocean just west off the coast of California.
Copy that.
Copy.
The sun. Here comes the sun, yeah. All right, I'm at my air lead point, and I am releasing.
Copy that, Chris.
Fair lead.
And Chris, after that, you'll head all the way out to the anchor hooks below the outboard CETA cart.
Okay, copy. Anchor hooks. 1.
I've arrived at the Cheetah cart.
Copy, Bob.
Some great views of the astronauts making their way out to the work site. We just had an orbital sunrise. The station just off the coast of Oregon right now, about to pass over the western United States. Over at the far side, closest to the starboard 6 truss, is Bob Behnken. Coming up on the rear here is EV1 Chris Cassidy.
And we have a handover in 10 seconds.
And there's the handover that was mentioned by Mogbelly here in Mission Control Houston. This is some of the video and audio we're getting from station being relayed through geosynchronous satellites. A short handover of video and audio will be regaining those shortly. In the meantime, we're already ahead of schedule. Originally scheduled for an EVA start time at 6:35 a.m. Central, beginning at 6:13 a.m. Central as the official start time. Just a little over 16 minutes into today's spacewalk, Cassidy and Behnken already making their way out to the work site. Teams in the International Space Station Flight Control Room would lead today's tasks, the first of which are the installation of the final battery. Here's the situation as of now from the last spacewalk last week. The nickel hydrogen battery from slot 6 was moved over to slot 4, giving slot 6 an open position. The first task will be moving a lithium-ion battery into slot 6. That's on the slot 6 is on the station side. Over on the left, that's the external pallet. And then, of course, it needs an adapter plate, so they'll swap the adapter plate with a nickel hydrogen battery, putting that nickel hydrogen on the external pallet for disposal.
And Bob will have you check your gauntlets and hold for a second prior to crossing the Sarge. Want to make sure the arm's in position. Okay, Bob, the arm is in position, so you can give us a gauntlet check and continue. You'll be going all the way outboard to drop off your green hook at handrail 2076.
Copy. I have a good gauntlets on the left and the right.
Copy, Bob. And Chris, once you get to the anchor hooks, we'll have you check both of those.
Okay, copy.
Starting to get some helmet camera views. You'll see these pop up throughout today's spacewalk. You're seeing the helmet cam designation from Chris Cassidy. There's a translucent number on the bottom right of your screen, 18. He'll be helmet camera number 18. Bob Behnken will be number 20.
Looking at Bob's anchor on 3060. The big hook is closed and locked. It's good. And I'm looking at mine.
Copy, Bob.
3061. My anchor point on 3061 is also closed and locked. Good config.
Copy, Chris. Thanks. We'll take gauntlet checks, and then you'll proceed outboard to your green hook location at handrail 2004.
2004, both left and right gauntlets are in place.
Copy, and I have a couple warnings and cautions for both of you when you're ready to copy.
That's good for me. How about you?
That was good for me as well. I was just double checking that the arm is in a good configuration for me to continue.
Hey, firm, it's in a good config and brakes are on. You are good to continue.
Copy.
Okay, warnings. EP wheels are no touch for pinch points. EP PVGF grapple shafts and curvet coupling teeth are no touch. Cautions, translate only on handrails. Do not impart loads into any ORU on the external pallet. No sudden movements on the EP. Maintain less than 0.45 feet per second translation speed. Wait until pallet motion dampens out before imparting any loads. How copy?
BV1 copies.
BV2 copies.
And I'm outboard of the Sarge.
Copy.
Doug, com check. Robo, Doug.
Unclear, Chris. How many?
Okay, loud and clear. I'm just a minute or two from upping on the pallet.
Okay, we're ready to go. And as of now, the brakes are on and you're clear to maneuver. And then just let me know as we get down the road if you need anything tweaked with the position.
Okay, copy. All right, I am at my anchor point position, Josh.
Copy, Chris. You can drop your green hook on handrail 2004.
Green hook 2004.
And I'm at my green hook location as well.
Copy, Bob. You can drop your green hook on handrail 2076.
Copy, green hook to 2076.
Chris Cassidy pictured in the foreground there. You can identify him in the suit with the red stripes. There, the far end of the station is Bob Behnken, both working on the first tasks.
Green hook is on 2004, both reels are on.
Copy, Chris. Bob, you can head to the crew lock bag to configure your PGT with the hex driver from the pit pin ret. And Chris, you are go to translate onto the EP. You'll be stowing the ORU bag on the handrails between batteries Bravo and Delta. Let me know when you're ready for the numbers.
All right, I'm looking at my APFR since it's right here. 6, Golf, Golf, Fox 12. And it passed.
Good settings, Chris.
Solid, good wiggle check. Black on black. Okay, Doug, I'm coming onto the pallet.
Copy, you're clear. Brakes are on.
Copy that.
So that read out to Behnken was for Behnken to configure his space drill, the PGT. He'll get that ready as Cassidy prepares to, he's already on actually, the external pallet. That pallet contains that new battery. That'll be the first task of the day, getting the new lithium-ion battery from the pallet over to the station's truss.
307. And then you'll tend the PGT and ratchet to the outside of the bag, leaving them on the RET series.
Okay, copy all. That's up. In work.
From the helmet camera of Chris Cassidy, his first task, stowing that bag, that tool bag, onto the external pallet.
Okay, Jazz, I've got the crew lock bag reconfigured. I collected the adjustable tether, small. That was left out here to make sure that it's stowed flat. It's now attached to the outside of the crew lock bag. And the crew lock bag is also got its large, small, adjustable, in addition to integral tether attached between 2049 and 2054.
Copy, Bob. And with that, you can configure your PGT with the hex driver from the pit pin RET and attach that PGT to the crew lock bag with the RET, and the adjustable end of it will go to the DCSU H2 scoop.
Copy.
Okay, Jaws, I've got both cameras on me. Working on the PGT.
Copy, Chris.
And Jaws, I've got the 9-inch X head attached to the PGT. Type test.
Copy, Bob. And that PGT will attach to the crew lock bag with the ret.
That's complete.
Copy. And the other end of that, the adjustable equipment tether will go to DCSU H2 scoop.
Copy. I need to get anything else out of the crew lock bag at this time?
Just a ratchet wrench.
Okay, the bag is reclosed.
Copy.
Okay, I think I'm ready to get off the pallet. Jasmine, if you agree.
Yeah, Chris, we'll just take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you, and then you're go.
Okay. Gloves are same as egress. Reconfig, cap dry. Gauntlets, place.
Copy. Chris, good checks. And on Doug's go, you can ingress the EP APFR, and I have some cautions for you when ready, for both of you.
And just to verify, the PGT adjustable goes to H2 on the DCSU, correct?
That's correct, Bob.
Bob, how's this timing working out? You want me to come over there for anything?
I think I'm just about complete. I'm going to the APFR next, I believe. Check its settings.
Okay.
That's correct, Bob. You'll check the settings, and we'll have you roll, complete a roll as well to Delta. And I have some cautions for the external pallet when you're both ready.
I'm ready.
Once torque is broken on an H-bolt, do not impart loads into the corresponding microsquare. Avoid translation and BRT loads into a scoop on the H2 microsquare for lithium-ion batteries installed with bracket interference. That'll apply to slot 6. When breaking torque on external pallet, apply less than 55 pounds force and do not exceed 20 pounds force during ORU soft dock. Engage, disengage with the external pallet. How copy?
Copy all, EV1.
Copy all, EV2.
So with that read of cautions from Jasmine Mo Belly here in Mission Control Houston, the worksite preparations is complete. You can see Cassidy and Behnken preparing their worksite, their foot restraints, their cordless power drills, all of their tool bags in place, ready to go. That first task now about to be underway. It'll be taking a new lithium-ion battery from the pallet that was referenced by Mogbelly over to the integrated electronics assembly of the International Space Station, the final lithium-ion battery to be installed onto this power channel.
Yes, and I've completed the roll to Delta.
Copy. So final settings, Bob, should be 12, Quebec, Quebec, Delta 12.
12, Quebec, Quebec, Delta 12 is set.
Okay, Bob, we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check, and then you can start heading towards the EP.
Okay. My hap is still baseline. Both of my gauntlets are up. My left glove is in condition I left the airlock with. And the right glove is also in pristine condition except for some additional smudging. I think the smudging is coming from the black stripe on the bumpers is my best guess. Bumpers with the alignment stripe.
Copy on the smudging, Bob. Okay, and you can translate towards the EP.
Copy.
So that final readout was the settings of the foot restraint over at the integrated electronics assembly. That foot restraint will be used once the lithium-ion battery is removed from the pallet. The next objective here, the next work site where Cassidy and Behnken will both be. Bob Behnken now heading over to that work site. The foot restraint over at the electronics assembly that Behnken was just checking in a good configuration for when it's ready to install onto the truss.
I'm in your way, Doug. Chris.
Still camera still in the bag.
It's on my right swing arm.
Oh, copy.
You want it? Or I just figured we'd get it.
You got it.
Situated.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we'll get it situated after we get over there.
Chris, you've got to be aware of on your right foot. Your safety tether's making a full loop.
Can you just undo it? I'll stick my leg, present my leg to you.
Yeah.
Probably the easiest way. Can you reach, or do I need to come down?
Chris Cassidy in the suit with the red stripes, ingressing or entering the portable foot restraint. That gets him in a good position right in front of the battery that he needs to remove from the pallet. That's right in front of him. Marked with HTV9, you see there at the top of your screen. That pallet being delivered on the H2 transfer vehicle.
Okay, thank you. Am I,
You're good.
my feet clear?
Yep.
Copy that. I just adjusted my cooling to 6 if ground folks are keeping score.
Copy TCV of 6, Chris.
All right, my heels feel in and secure.
Okay, Chris, with that, make sure the ingress aid is tucked in, your tethers are clear, and we'll take a serial number on that battery.
0026. This is serial number. Others look clear. Ingress aid is tucked in.
Copy, good serial number and checks. You can attach a RET to the battery H1 scoop and then get the PGT out.
Copy that. H1 is It is.
Copy.
EGT coming out.
The settings are Alpha 7, counter 2.
Now past, counterclockwise to Alpha 7, second motor, Alpha 7, counterclockwise to ready to drive.
Okay, you're going to H2. You'll confirm the socket tape line flush and release H2 approximately 19 turns.
Okay, copy that. Driving.
Cassidy now using that cordless power drill, the PGT pistol grip tool, undoing one of the bolts containing the lithium-ion battery, the new lithium-ion battery, from the proper slot on the external pallet. He'll be removing that and handing it off to Behnken, who's situated on the truss segment of the International Space Station. He attached something called a scoop. This is simply a handling aid. Once the battery is removed, he can easily maneuver the battery that exceeds 400 pounds over to Behnken, who is situated again on the truss.
Indicators in unlocked.
Copy. You can stow the PGT back on your swing arm and remove the battery when ready.
Copy that. All set, Bob?
I am all set.
GT stowed. Hands on the battery.
Copy. And as you hand this off to Bob, you're looking to hand him the H2 scoop with a ret swap.
Copy H2. Now rotating, Bob. Back.
H2 refers to a specific bolt on the lithium-ion battery, so Behnken knows which end to grab. The ret being referred to as a retractable equipment tether, just making sure that the battery is secured at all times.
I've got the battery.
You've got the battery. I'm reaching my ret. A funny ret angle. Okay, ret's off.
I've got the battery. And I'm ready to start, of course.
Okay, coming out. Remind me with that safety tether stuff, is mine going in front of the APFR or behind?
Your safety tether is going in front of the APFR right now.
Copy, thanks.
So you may have to.
I might have to do
Pass it over the top.
Yep. You're right up on top of your anchor point. It's difficult sometimes to.
Yeah, it's almost like that. Should be one handrail.
Yeah, it should be one handrail over. most organized here.
Chris, you can move that green hook if you'd like.
Since Bob's, you know what? I'm gonna do that. Have you got a second?
I do, yep.
Cassidy now out of the foot restraint. He'll reconfigure his tethers here, making sure they're both in a good position. Behnken and Cassidy will guide the lithium-ion battery over to its new home on the integrated electronics assembly of the starboard truss. There's a new foot restraint over there waiting for them, configured to the proper settings. And from there, they'll be able to get into a position where the new battery can be installed on the truss.
All right. Ready? I have control.
Okay. And I'm going to need a minute to clear up my BRT and
No problem.
you have control of the battery.
I do. I'm in a good spot.
I have the battery.
You have the battery.
A little bit tricky to get past the pallet here.
Yeah, just kind of keeping it on that side.
Yeah.
I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery.
Communication is the key here as Cassidy and Behnken work together to move the more than 400-pound battery over to the integrated electronics assembly. From here, it'll be installed to store power from the station's solar arrays. Bob Behnken will be the one to ingress or enter the foot restraint, get into position, and he'll grab the cordless power drill and secure it to the integrated electronics assembly.
This stubby one is. Okay, I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. Did you make it all the way to the T intersection?
I did.
I have control of the battery.
Okay, you have control of the battery.
You see the fins and the blind mates?
Yep.
You want to just knock that out right now?
If you can, pins look straight, blind mates look clarified, good EMI band.
Copy.
Copy the checks on the battery.
You want to get in?
I think you probably need to get a
All right,
little
I'll go to the 32.
Yeah, sounds good. I've got the battery.
You've got the battery. see. Think I can keep, can I put my anchor hand on this one there as well, you think? Or is that going to scrunch you up too much?
I think it's going to scrunch us up too much.
Yeah, I think so too. All right. I have control of the battery.
Okay, can you get a tether on it?
I sure can, and you've got control back?
I've got control.
Tether in place.
Okay. You have control. I'm going to
control.
release my tether.
Copy that.
Okay, Bob, before you get an APFR, if you can just make sure the gap spanner is clear of slot 6 for the install.
The gap spanner is clear of slot 6.
Copy.
On the right.
And on the left.
Okay, Bob, if you can check the ingress aids tucked and tethers are clear, we'll take an inspection on the IA bolt interfaces and blind mate connectors.
Okay. On the IEA side, the ingress aid is tucked. You can verify the pins are clear. There's no fog. Good EMI band, and the pins look straight and clear as well.
Copy. With that, when you're ready, Chris, you can transfer the battery to Bob, looking for H2 outboard.
Okay, copy. I'm ready for the battery, Chris.
Okay. Control when you're ready.
I got control of the battery.
You have control. I have the ret.
You lock your red out a little bit.
Okay, once it's soft dock, Chris, you can transfer your PGT with the 6-inch.
And Jaws, in order to accomplish this driving of H2, I'm going to roll back to my left a click or so.
Copy, Bob.
I've got the PGT.
You got it.
Settings are Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2. Ready to drive bolts, how many turns?
Okay, you'll confirm socket tape lines flush to H2, looking for 16 to 17 turns.
Line is flush, 16 to 17 turns, copy. Indicator's moving. The battery's driving to me, huh, Chris?
Yep, absolutely. Looking nice and smooth.
A green light, 9.4, 16 turns.
Copy, and status indicator?
Status indicator is locked.
Copy, same settings, Alpha 7, clockwise 2. You'll confirm socket tape lines flush to H1, looking for 4 to 5.5 turns.
Okay, and we're going to have Chris drive H1.
4 to 5.5 turns.
Tape lines flush.
Okay, feels in there, confirmed, you got it. And here we go.
Indicator's moving.
Lithium-ion battery secured by one bolt to the integrated electronics assembly. Cassidy taking control of the cordless power drill to secure that final bolt.
9.2 foot-pounds.
Indicator shows locked.
Copy, and Chris, you can stow that PGT back on your swing arm, and Bob, you can release the ret.
Okay, Chris has the ret.
Is that scoop going anywhere?
I think just to clean up.
I'll move it up to the bag. No sense in having a red on it. And
yeah, Chris, if you're asking about the scoop, it just goes back to the bag for setup for 3 Bravo.
okay. Yeah.
And I will egress and start working on moving the APFR.
Copy, and before that, we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from both of you.
Dry gauntlets in place and gloves. I'm going to leave you one.
My hap is dry, my gauntlets are up, and no change for my gloves.
Copy, Bob. And as you said, you'll be moving that APFR over to width 18. Clocking is 12.
And let's see, should I go up the side here or go around? I think you can just go right up the side.
Hand over in 2 seconds.
Less than an hour into today's spacewalk, and the lithium-ion battery has been installed onto the integrated electronics assembly. Leading the teams here in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Royce Renfrew, you see at the forward end of your screen. The voice you're hearing from Mission Control to Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken, our 2 spacewalkers today. Jasmine Mogbelli, call sign Jaws, off to the left of your screen there, and Jackie Kagi in the back, the spacewalk officer, leading the teams here through the procedures and working with her teams in the back rooms as we are already a little bit ahead of the timeline. Got out the door a little bit earlier than expected today. And Cassidy and Behnken looking good on consumables aspect as well. Their next task will be the swap of an old nickel hydrogen battery that is on the
Okay,
the integrated electronics assembly with the final adapter plate that's on the pallet. That adapter plate is needed for the final configuration of the lithium-ion battery that they just installed.
Limiting consumable is Medox on Chris at 6:40. You're approximately 10 minutes ahead on the timeline, and just for your essay, both your met rigs are looking really good today.
Okay, copy. And the scoop I had is now in the TrueLock bag.
Copy. And that was the H1 scoop, correct, on battery 6?
And read it to
The inboard one, which H1, yes.
I agree, H1.
Copy.
I'm read it to the APFR, Jasmine.
Okay, copy, Bob. And clocking of 12 and with 18.
Copy, clocking of 12 and with 18. Okay, clocking of 12 is set. Twist test, good pull test on the APFR. Quebec is set on the pitch. And the pitch knob is popped out.
Copy. Remaining settings are Fox 12. Copy.
Okay, Foxtrot 12 is set.
Copy, Foxtrot 12. And Bob, can you just...
camera is...
Copy, Foxtrot. Go ahead, Chris.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask Bob, can you confirm the locking collars block on block?
Well, sorry to interrupt.
You confirm the locking collars?
That's block on block.
Copy, and copy that, Chris. Okay, Bob, with that, you can check the gap spanners clear of the battery and ingress to APFR. And Chris, you can retrieve the ratchet wrench and position yourself on the radiator inboard corner, and over to you if you want to go outboard and up and over, or just straight up on the inboard side.
I'm going to pause here, Chris, and wait for you to go where you're going to go, just so that I don't trap your safety tether underneath me.
Yeah, I think I need to be around.
I can pause here if you want to ratchet wrench those free.
Yeah, let me do that. All right, I'm on H1, Jasmine, with the ratchet wrench.
Copy. If you can get, can you read the serial number?
Can Bob get that?
Yep, A-firm.
I'll get it when I break H2.
Okay, and for H1, confirm socket tape line flush and brake torque less than 1 turn.
Socket tape line flush.
Cassidy and Behnken setting up to remove an old nickel hydrogen battery from the station's truss. You see from the helmet camera view of Cassidy here, he's breaking torque on those bolts.
And Chris, are you also in a position for H2, or is Bob going to get that?
I am. I'm just going to get that. Okay. Wasn't sure if I slipped off the bolt, but it was actually the torque breaking, not the bolt slipping. On H1. Okay. Moving to H2. Serial number is 0089.
Copy. Good serial number.
Again, 2 bolts securing the nickel hydrogen battery to the station's truss. One torque is broken, heading over to the other bolt to break that torque. It'll be Bob Behnken entering the portable foot restraint, getting into a good angle to use the cordless power drill, the PGT, to remove the old nickel-hydrogen battery from the station's truss. They'll then guide it back over to the pallet for disposal and to swap it with the position of an adapter plate that they'll bring into this slot.
PGT for Bob.
Okay, Bob, I'm going to slide down this side and then go. Okay. Forward. If I'm going to not forget my waist tether.
That's kind of self-teaching. Obviously.
Okay, feet coming first, Bob. Let me know if
you're clear.
Yeah.
Watch yourself. You've got the ingress aid through your BRT. Yeah.
You go. Okay. Go. Might have bumped the pedal.
The pedals are good. I was holding it.
Okay. Okay. One. Okay, outboard of your feet, you can go ahead and get in.
As Behnken and Cassidy get into position to remove this nickel-hydrogen battery, the station is flying 270 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean, entering into an orbital nighttime. You'll start to see the views from their helmet cameras get just a little bit darker.
What do you think with those guys? CDUs.
Have a look at my lean back. I think it's doable.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to come up high.
Yeah, I'll scoot up.
And Bob, once you're in, if you check your ingress aids tucked, tethers are clear, and then you'll attach a ret to the H1 scoop.
Copy. Ingress aid is tucked. I've got a ret to the H1 scoop.
Copy. And PGT settings are Alpha 7, counter 2.
Alpha 7, counter 2.
You'll be going to H1, confirm socket tape line flush, looking for 8 turns to release the battery.
The H1 for 8 turns.
Looks flush.
Here we go. Indicator's moving. There's 8 turns. The indicator indicates unlocked.
Copy. Same settings, Alpha 7, counter 2 for H2. Confirm the socket tape line flush, looking for 19 turns.
The socket tape line is flush. Understand 19 turns.
Affirm.
Battery's moving.
I agree.
Indicator's moving.
It's coming out nicely. Okay.
Released.
You hold the battery, I'll get the PGT.
Okay, you got the PGT.
Yep. like 3 hops of the bolt.
Yep.
It's kind of standard.
And Bob?
GGT is stored. I'm going to go back around.
Copy. Bob, could you say the turns on that?
It was about 8. I just turned it to the full 17 turns, and it clicked about 3 times.
Copy.
You know, the indicator, I could feel it.
And you are about to go into a night pass for your essay.
Fasten your feet.
As the station moves into an orbital nighttime, that nickel hydrogen battery is removed.
Hand off H2 to Chris, and we've got a handover in about 30 seconds.
Okay, Bob, I'm in position.
Copy.
Do a complete flip. Nice work. A little bit.
Now in another handover, again, we will periodically lose video and audio from station incrementally throughout today's spacewalk as the station orbits the Earth at 17,500 miles per hour. We're handing off to the geosynchronous satellites that are stationed around the Earth at 23,000 miles away. Jasmine Mogbelli on the left here, call sign Jaws. You're hearing her voice to Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken. Now outside the space station with the nickel hydrogen battery removed, the final nickel hydrogen battery to be removed from the station's truss.
On the other side, there we go.
Okay, I have control of the battery.
I have control back, and I'm in a good spot below your feet now.
Okay.
They're handing the battery off to one another. We'll gently guide it over to the external pallet. There, they'll perform a swap. There's an adapter plate in a slot. They'll swap the adapter plate with the nickel hydrogen battery, install the nickel hydrogen battery to the external pallet for disposal, and bring the adapter plate to where the nickel hydrogen battery once was. That adapter plate completes the configuration of the lithium-ion battery to the station's truss.
You should actually go outboard a little bit.
And that will be the final task for the battery swaps, and will complete the 1B channel.
Oh, okay.
Right when I think I had you lock out your ret, you could unlock it if you want, but I've got control of the battery.
You have control. And I'm in a good spot. If you want to go, I have control in the ret. You want to go all the way to the rail?
Okay, you have control. I'll go all the way to the rail.
Board one more handrail.
I have control of the battery.
Okay, you have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
Okay, you have control of the battery. have control of the battery?
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. Hard to find something good to hold on to there.
Yeah, weird spot.
Yeah, I have control of the battery.
You have control. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery.
Can you reach without any hassle to flip the GoPro and point it towards the pallet, or no?
Yeah.
Only if it's easy.
Got a little bit of a move, but
Yeah.
yeah, I have control of the battery.
Right? You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
Okay, you have control of the battery.
The pallet pretty close.
I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I just passed your BRT spot. You want to leave it up here towards the MLI?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking is that
Yeah, I agree. All right, let me get my hand. Good spot. Okay, I have control of the battery.
you have control of the battery. I will go ahead and set
That MLI multi-layer insulation, Cassidy and Behnken just working on maneuvering the battery, and communication is key here, especially in an orbital nighttime as they guide it to its new home on the external pallet for disposal.
I've got control of the battery.
All right, your ret time.
Yep.
Still have control.
Okay, I have a ret, and I have control.
Okay.
And Chris, you are go to ingress the APFR.
Copy. Go to ingress the APFR. About here I go.
Okay.
for this one. Once you're in, check access to tools in addition to the ingress aid tucked and tethers clear.
Access to tools in addition to the ingress aid. Copy that. Okay. Seal spiel in, ingress aid is tucked. I can get the tools.
Okay, copy, Chris. With that, once you're ready, Bob, you'll be handing H2 off to Chris, and Chris, you're going to want your BRT ret on the battery tether point.
Copy. I just can't reach the battery tether point. I'll fix it later. I am ready, Bob.
Okay.
I have control.
Okay, you have control of the battery. I'll release my ret. Okay. My ret has been released.
Okay, copy that.
And Chris, you'll want the H2 scoop in your BRT.
Okay. Okay, the ret config is, as you suggested, BRT ret on the middle.
Copy.
BRT jobs are out.
Copy. Once you've got that stowed out of the way, you'll attach a ret to the adapter plate heater mat tether point.
Ready?
Copy. You can retrieve the ratchet wrench with the hex driver, and you'll be going to H1 first.
Ratchet hex H1.
You're looking for one line flush.
One line is flush.
Okay, you can break torque.
It's broken.
Copy. H2, same thing. Confirm one line flush.
One line flush, torque broken.
Copy. You can send the ratchet wrench back to the ORU bag and then retrieve the PGT with the hex driver.
PGT with the hex driver.
Okay, settings are alpha 7, counter 2.
Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2 is set. Motor.
Copy. You'll be going to H1, confirm one line flush, looking to release approximately 8 turns.
One line flush, 8 turns. Here we go.
For those just tuning in, Chris Cassidy is in the portable foot restraint right in front of the adapter plate. He's broken torque on that adapter plate and now unbolting it from the external pallet. Bob Behnken is standing by with the old nickel hydrogen battery that's going to take its place in that same slot. First, they need to remove this adapter plate, though. Cassidy working on the first of 2 bolts.
Counter 2 for H2, looking for 1 line flush again.
Alpha 7, counter 2. 1 line is flush.
Looking to release approximately 19 turns.
Copy 19. 4 for 19. Seventeen, 18, 19 turns. It's definitely free.
Okay,
Ready?
you can power that PGT off to the left and then tend it back to the ORU bag.
GT is off. And get back. Comes the Nerf football.
Copy, and as you hand this off, Bob, you're going to put your BRT ret to the adapter plate handrail tether point.
I can't see, Bob, if I've got the right side. I think it's the right side.
Yep, I've got the correct side now.
Okay.
Okay, I've got a ret to it. And I've got it on my BRT.
Okay. Agree with my ret coming off?
I agree with your ret coming off.
It's all yours.
Okay.
Okay, Bob, once you've got that stowed on your BRT, you can head back towards the IEA. Chris, for you, make sure your ingress aid's tucked, and then you can retrieve that battery from your BRT. You want H2 in your left hand.
Ingress aid tucked. H2 left hand. Copy that.
This is Mission Control Houston. For those just tuning in, Cassidy and Behnken have successfully performed the swap. The old nickel hydrogen battery is in the hands of Chris Cassidy, now working to install it onto the external pallet for disposal. In the meantime, Bob Behnken has the adapter plate. He's going to attach it to his body restraint tether and guide it over to the integrated electronics assembly. The installation of that adapter plate will be the final step here for the upgrades to the 1B channel.
7 clockwise 2.
In the meantime, Cassidy working on that pistol grip tool, the cordless power drill, bolting that old nickel hydrogen into place.
Tape line flush, looking for 16 to 17 turns.
Copy that. Socket tape line flush. Everything looks lined up. Driving. Indicators moving. 2 turns for 19. 6. Indicator moving. Battery going in. Everything feels smooth. Very low running torque.
Copy.
10 turns. Sixteen and a half turns, 9.1 foot-pounds. The indicator is all the way in the lock position. The battery hooks in.
Copy, and green light.
Green torquing light, sorry about that.
Okay, Chris, with that, you can release the RET and stow that PGT back on your swing arm, and you'll retrieve the scoops and stow them on your mini workstation.
No deal.
We have a good installation of that nickel hydrogen battery to the external pallet. Cassidy now removing those scoops, those handling aids. He'll take care of those as Bob Behnken continues to make his way with the adapter plate towards the integrated electronics assembly for its installation onto the truss.
APFR.
Copy.
And Cassidy working on those steps to clean up his work site over at the external pallet.
Yeah, gap spanner is cleared of the slot 5.
Copy.
And I will have access to the PGT.
Okay, with that, you can ingress the APFR, check the ingress aids tucked and tethers are clear, and then we'll take an inspection of the IAA bolt interfaces and blind mate connectors.
Copy.
I have both scoops, and I'm ready to translate battery echo, I believe.
That's correct, battery echo. And Chris, both of those are going to go at the 3 o'clock, which is handrails away from the EP wheels.
From the EP wheels, okay. I'm on the pallet.
Copy.
You're clear, brakes are on.
Yep. Copy.
Okay, guys, on the pallet side, looks like a good EMI band and no FOD in the connectors. I will have to retrieve the adapter plate and then give you an inspection of that.
Good words, Bob.
And on the adapter plate, good EMI band pins are clear on the pallet side.
Copy, Bob. And do you want the adapter plate blind mate connectors oriented station outboard, and then you can soft dock?
Copy, station outboard.
H1 and H2 are installed. Went away from the EP wheels, 3 o'clock.
Copy, Chris. With that, you can head to the ORU bag and stow the PGT and ratchet wrench in there, and you're going to be taking it with you onto structure.
Roger.
This is a view from the helmet camera of Chris Cassidy continuing to clean up his work site over at the external pallet. He just finished up the installation of the old nickel hydrogen battery. One more step to complete. That's over at Bob Behnken's workstation.
For the PGT with hex driver, settings are Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
At the Alpha 7, clockwise 2. The adapter plate is soft docked.
Copy. And with that, you'll be going to H2 and confirm one line flush.
Copy.
Behnken already on that last step. You heard that confirmation that the adapter plate is soft docked. Now he just needs to install it using that cordless power drill. There's 2 bolts to secure it to the truss. He'll do 1 bolt at a time here.
Okay, both ratchet and PGT are in the bag.
Okay. One line flush on H2.
Copy, Chris. And Bob, you're looking for 16 to 17 turns.
Copy, 16 to 17 turns.
Chris, for you, you'll take that bag with you onto structure.
Roger. The bag, the structure. Everything, even another once over. Nothing remaining, no scoops, except for the ones on E that are supposed to be there.
Copy.
Coming on.
16 turns, 9.5 on the torque and a green light.
Copy, Bob. That you get same settings, Alpha 7, clockwise 2 for H1.
Copy.
And for H1, looking for 2 lines visible, one of them flush.
2 lines visible, one of them flush. And say again the number of turns.
4.5 to 5.5.
Copy.
Okay, Jasmine, I'm ready to drop the bag.
Okay, Chris, you're looking to stow that. Recommend handrail 2003 or given location, and you'll also make sure the ingress aid is stowed toward the boot plate, and tethers are clear to prepare for the EP translation.
Okay, copy all. It's all in work.
H1 was 4.5 turns, 9.0 and a green light.
Copy, Bob. Good install. You can release the RET, egress the APFR, and tend that PGT back towards the crew lock bag, and then we'll be working TA clamps.
And with that, Behnken successfully installed the adapter plate to the truss segment.
Is on 2003.
Copy, Chris.
Cassidy's just working on stowing some of his equipment over on the external pallet. Behnken's next task is to use some connectors to make sure everything is, the power is connected, the adapter plate and the lithium-ion battery, and get that new lithium-ion battery configured to start storing power from the station solar arrays on the starboard truss.
Get out of the way for Doug.
Chris, you can once you've got the ingress aid stowed and your tethers are clear and you're 5 feet clear, I'd head back towards the IEA to take closeout photos. And you can, once you're 5 feet clear, give Doug the go to the back off position.
All right. Copy. Ingress aid is against the boot plate and in the shortest position. I don't know what you call it. Retracted.
Copy.
Okay, Colonel Hurley, I am 5 feet away, more than that. ATFR is clear, tethers are clear, we're clear. You have a go to move.
Copy, Captain Cassidy. We'll move the EP to the side 2 back off position.
At your feet, Bob.
You're at my feet, copy.
Yes.
And Chris, sounds like you're back at the IA. We'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Out dry. Gauntlets in place, gloves good.
Copy, Chris. And Chris, you can either help Bob with the TA clamps and adapter plate connectors, and then after that we're going to be working on closeout photos.
Closeout photos. Copy that. I'll make my way to the camera, Bob. Copy. And Jasmine, which free battery, the entire face of the IEA, is that the general concept for the pictures?
The entire face, Chris.
Yep, copy. Much longer till daylight, Jasmine?
Approximately 3.5 minutes till daylight.
Maybe I'll hold off on the pictures for...
Yeah, Chris, if you actually, if that PGT with the hex driver is by the crew lock bag, if you want to stow the hex driver on the pit pin red in the crew lock bag, in the meantime, now would be a good time to do that.
Okay. Perfect time. Ready for it? Yep. Thank you.
A lot of progress made so far during today's spacewalk. Just an hour and 43 minutes in, the adapter plate and the new lithium-ion battery are installed onto the International Space Station's truss. Bob Behnken just working on making some of those final connections. Cassidy has already cleaned up his work site at the external pallet. Doug Hurley on the inside of the station is working the station's robotic arm and actually maneuvering that pallet away from the work site, no longer needed for the rest of today's spacewalk. Some cleanup activities for this 1B channel, and of course the connections need to be made to finalize the upgrades to that 1B channel. 3 new lithium-ion batteries with adapter plates installed.
And that PGT is eventually going to go back on Bob's swing arm once he's done with the adapter plate connectors.
Again, an hour and 44 minutes into today's spacewalk, already making good progress and nearing completion of the 1B channel.
You can get this gap spanner on this side.
Yep, you can go ahead and work the gap spanners.
Okay, good EMI band and pins, and on both sides, cable and the jack are both thawed.
Copy. Your go to mate P4 to J4. And just make sure that gap spanner is clear and board away.
Copy. The gap spanner is well clear.
Copy.
Okay, P4 to J4 is mated.
Copy, Bob. And levers over center. You can then connect that connector cap back onto J4, and the 3 TA clamps will need to be closed on this one.
Okay, copy. Okay, all 3 TA clamps are closed.
Copy, Bob. And Bob, did you already install that connector cap on J4?
Not yet.
Copy.
I'm right there at the location now. Okay, the connector cap is on J4.
Copy, Bob. With that, you can head back to the crew lock bag to retrieve your PGT. And you're going to stow that on your swing arm, and just please let us know what tethers are on it.
And Chris, can you have a look at my safety tether?
Yeah, let's see. So I'm over the top of you. It's clear from your feet, from your hip, and then,
okay.
So I might need to go inboard to you for you to deconflict.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to just rotate this way, come in here, and let's see, you've collected that gap spanner?
Yep, I got the gap spanner.
Okay. I might as well
Why don't I just get on the inboard side of you?
Okay.
Now's a good time for me to do that. If you agree.
Seems okay to me.
Okay. And that'll deconflict.
I'll collect the scoops off of the ECU here.
Okay.
Copy.
There we go, Bob. I'm deconflicted.
Okay.
Oh, didn't get any pictures yet.
Okay. Sun is up though. That's good.
Yeah.
And Chris, when you do take those photos, if you can get pictures of those bumper guides as well that you guys think the black smudging might be coming from, that would be helpful.
Okay. Let's see. Any way you can rotate your feet a little bit this way?
Board or outboard?
Yeah. But outboard. That
Outboard.
way.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry. No problem. And trying to figure out where's a good place for me to come up.
I'm about to have these scoops,
And then you'll move left?
and then I'll be going to the crew lock bag.
Okay. I'll just hang out right here. Jasmine, I'm going to pick up the GoPro.
Say again, Chris?
I'm going to pick up the GoPro camera.
Okay, copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. 1 hour, 53 minutes into today's spacewalk. Bob Behnken and Chris Cassidy are just wrapping up their work on the 1B power channel, successfully installing the new lithium-ion battery and the new adapter plate and removing a nickel-hydrogen battery and making all the necessary connections. Now just working on some closeout procedures, gathering all of their handling aids and cordless power drills and all of the other equipment that they used for these procedures, cleaning up and taking some photos of the work site, making sure everything went according to plan. The next item on the agenda is to continue to clean up this work site, and they'll actually get a jump start on the 3B power channel. They won't be swapping out some batteries quite yet. There's still some work from the ground to configure the batteries for removal and to start that channel. But they'll install some of the handling aids that you see in the view right now from the helmet camera of Bob Behnken. They'll break some torque on some of the batteries and just really get a jump start on some of the work that's coming up later this month to upgrade the final power channel of the International Space Station.
Hey guys, when I've got the 2 scoops returned to the crew lock bag that were on the DCSU.
Copy, Bob.
Looks like there's one more down there.
Affirm, there should be one more on battery 6, H2.
I can get it. I'm right here.
And I believe there's still one more gap spanner deployed.
Correct.
Okay, I've retrieved my PGT, and I have 2 RETs in series, as well as an adjustable tether on that PGT.
Copy, Bob. And Bob will take glove, hap, and gauntlet check on you.
This is Mission Control Houston. In another handover of some of that video and audio from station through the tracking and data relay satellites. This is a live view of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The teams here leading Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken through the procedures of the spacewalk today. Flight director there in the gray suit is Royce Renfrew, leading the Orbit 2 teams today. In the back right there, Jackie Kagi, the spacewalk officer, knowing those procedures backwards and forwards. And that voice you're hearing to the crew is Jasmine Mogbelli. It goes by call sign Jaws over there on the left of your screen.
Both of my gloves are still pristine.
Copy. Okay, so remaining task is that inboard gap spanner chain, the scoop on battery 6H2, and then verifying that PVR pip pin engagement.
You can see the pit pin right here. Engaged.
Copy, engaged.
Get it when I leave.
And then, can I give you the gap spanner?
Yeah.
The first one?
One by one.
Okay.
Gotta find a ret in this bag.
So many that there's none.
Some of the tools you're seeing here from the helmet camera of Bob Behnken. He's working on putting away some of the equipment he used for the upgrades of the 1B channel. Some of them include scoops. These are those silver handling aids that you see sort of sticking out of the bag, as well as the jumbled cables. Those are called gap spanners. You can connect them across the integrated truss and make it a little bit easier to get from one side to the other, making translation or the movement from one side to the other a little bit easier.
Sure. Lights coming on.
Floating there in the background is the you can see that white box with a black circle that is the still photography, the DSLR camera that they use to take some of the closeout photos of their work site after they've completed the upgrades to the 1B channel. Again, Behnken and Cassidy cleaning up their work site, getting ready to go over to the 3B channel and get a head start on some of the tasks there.
6H2.
Yes, it's in the bag.
Copy. Yeah, A-firm, the only thing I have remaining is that remaining gap spanner, and then if you guys can just check we're clear of tools and tethers and take those closeout photos.
Does it make sense for me to collect this trash bag at this time?
Checking. Bob, you don't need it at this time. We were planning to get the one from the ORU bag prior to the H-fixture.
Okay. Do I have to get anything else out of the ORU bag prior to H-fixture?
Negative, just the contingency tools, Bob. So if you'd rather take that trash bag now, you can.
Okay. I've retrieved the trash bag. It's on my mini workstation.
Copy.
Going to pick up that gap spanner, Chris, or should I plan to get it here in a second?
If you can take the pictures on the outboard side, I can get this gap spanner. Does that work?
Yep.
This is Mission Control Houston. As Cassidy and Behnken continue to gather their tools, clean up the work site of the 1B channel, we did get confirmation.
EVA limiting consumable is Medox on Chris at 6:45, and you're approximately 25 minutes ahead.
Okay,
To get the pictures, I have to leave the crew lock bag here, so maybe it's,
you want me to?
if you could just release the end of that, you just release the end of that
I will.
gap spanner, and then I'll take it.
Okay.
So as Cassidy and Behnken continue to clean up the worksite, we did get confirmation that there is a good checkout of that final lithium-ion battery. The 1B channel on the starboard 6 truss is up and running, completed.
Outboard.
And so big picture for both of you. Once you finish that gap spanner and the closeout photos, Chris, you'll be heading back to the ORU bag with the camera and GoPro, and we'll take an inventory. And then, Bob, you'll be taking that crew lock bag and bundling it to the APFR.
Okay. Okay. Comes the, and you ready for me to release this end?
I am ready for you to release that end.
Let him go. The camera's up there by you, right?
It is, yeah.
Okay. Come in your way. All right, ready for the camera. I have it. Ready, you can release the red.
Okay. You have the camera.
I have the camera. Husband, I have both cameras. Now, half of the IEA with GoPro, and I'll start the digital camera survey right now.
Copy, Chris.
Okay, Jasmine, I've got inventory for the Kulak bag. I've got a ret to a gap spanner chain with a wire tie. A second ret to a gap spanner chain with a wire tie. A third gap spanner chain with a wire tie on an integral ret. I've got a adjustable and an integral ret with 2 scoops. I've got a additional ret with a gap spanner chain and a wire tie that's integrated. I've got a ret with a pit pin with a 9-inch hex extension. Got a long duration tie down tether with an integral ret. It is attached to the, not an integral ret, but it's to one of the D rings inside the Kulak bag. I've got a ratchet wrench with a palm wheel and a 6-inch wobble socket with 2 rets. Got an additional adjustable attached to one of the integral rets, and then another integral ret attached to an adjustable, and that one has 2 scoops on it. That's the interior contents.
Good config for the inside of the Kulak bag, Bob.
Okay.
I'm having the same issue with the button, Jasmine. I can't tell if I'm actually getting pictures, but I have confirmed that every 30 seconds the green light comes on.
Copy, Chris.
Again, Behnken and Cassidy continue to clean up the 1B work site. The 1B channel is outfitted with 3 new lithium-ion batteries, all up and running. 1B channel really complete at this point. From the rest of the spacewalk on will be a lot of prep work for future spacewalks, including getting a little bit of work done ahead of time before the work on the 3B channel on the other side of the S6 truss, as well as a lot of get-aheads that have been on the to-do list.
Copy, Chris. We'll take the GoPro photos.
While they're continuing to clean up their work site, we'll take a few questions using the hashtag AskNASA. Please ask away throughout the duration of today's spacewalk. This first one comes from Francisco, asking how long the spacewalk will take overall. The majority of the tasks have already been completed for the upgrades to the 1B channel. Again, fully up and running. A lot of get-ahead tasks. Spacewalks are usually scheduled for about 6.5 hours, really scheduled around the time for limiting consumables such as carbon dioxide scrubbing. So ballpark will be around that time frame. Another question from Steven, who's asking what happens to the old nickel hydrogen battery. That old nickel hydrogen battery is on the external pallet. We still need to complete the 3B channel. A lot of the old batteries from that side will go also onto the external pallet. That external pallet for HTV-9 will eventually be jettisoned from the space station to eventually burn up in the atmosphere. The HTV-8 pallet will be returned by the HTV-9 vehicle for disposal in the atmosphere.
You going outboard or inboard?
I'm going to go down, trying to get the few pictures.
Yeah, just the battery 1, 2 area. A lot of stuff in that bag.
Yeah. I'm finally ready to get out of your way.
No problem.
And Bob, when you get a chance, we've lost your WVS. If you can check the button.
Okay, if it's okay, I'll check it at the APFR. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. Hey, Charles, I think there's a green light. It's hard to see in the sunlight.
Hey, From, we've got your WVS back. Thanks, Bob.
I think it was on. I just cycled it. I don't know.
Copy.
In the background, you can see Chris Cassidy with camera in hand as Behnken continues some of the cleanup work on the 1B channel. Again, the 1B channel fully outfitted with 3 new lithium-ion batteries up and running. Behnken and Cassidy completed the work for that channel. Now the rest of the spacewalk will be dedicated to much of the get-ahead tasks that were originally scheduled between these 2 spacewalks.
With that, you can bring that camera with you. I believe you've already got the GoPro, and take those back to the ORU bag, stow them, and then we'll take an inventory of the ORU bag.
Copy all.
And Chris, if you want to keep either the camera or GoPro on you by stowing them in the ORU bag, that's an option as well.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, Jaws, I've got the crew lock bag bundled to the APFR.
Bob, I'm going to shoot that gap between the...
Okay.
Copy, Bob. And with that, you can retrieve that APFR bundle, and you'll be translating to 3 Bravo. Let me know if you want the step-by-step directions.
Okay. Yeah, collect it up, and then I'll check with you about my route.
Copy.
How are my feet? My feet are doing okay, Bob?
Yep, your feet are doing okay.
With that, the work at the 1B channel is complete. Cassidy and Behnken will now make their way to the other side of the S6 truss. You see Cassidy in the suit with the red stripes already making his way down.
I'm inboard of Bob, and I'm heading to the ORU bag.
Copy, Chris.
The wave.
Away from Behnken, 260 statute miles over the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. As Cassidy and Behnken continue to clean up here and move on to their next task at the 3B channel, get some of the work done ahead of time, breaking torque on some bolts and installing some handling aids in preparation for the work to be done later this month. Continue to ask questions to us using the hashtag AskNASA. We have one from Micah who's asking, when changing batteries, what are some parts of the International Space Station that are turned off? As you can imagine, there are quite a few nearing the solar arrays. The solar arrays themselves are always angled towards the sun, but are turned off for this spacewalk. Also, the thrusters on the outside are disabled for the duration of the spacewalk.
Desmond, let me know when you're ready.
We're ready, Bob, as long as you're good for a pause and comms.
I am good for a pause and comm.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
On the outside of the bag, there's a round scoop. Normal, small adjustable, and a large, small adjustable.
Copy, sounds good for the external config.
Going in. Inside of the bag, there's pit inlet and a regular ret on standby for the H-fixture with nothing on them.
Copy.
There is a trash bag that has a ret and an adjustable.
Copy.
I believe that's the extra adjustable. Extra adjustable. There is a ret connected to an adjustable tether that has two items, a tube puller and a pry bar.
Copy.
There's a ratchet wrench that has a palm wheel, a 9-inch 7/16 X driver, and two rets in series.
Copy.
A PGT with a 9-inch hex driver, adjustable on one side, and two rets in series on the other side.
Copy, and good battery on that?
There is a battery, and the position of the on-off switch is off.
Okay, Chris, that sounds like a good config, just other than the camera and GoPro that are on you.
All right, let's do that in a second.
And Bob, looks like you're on the go. You're headed to WIF 29 on the 3 Bravo side.
Copy with 29 on the 3 Bravo side.
The camera has a ret and an L bracket assembly. That's with me still.
Copy.
And the GoPro has a ret to a mutt end effector, and the L bracket assembly is connected to the mutt end effector.
Copy. And with that, Chris, you can retrieve the APFR, and you'll leave that ORU bag on 2003 where it's stowed.
Okay. Copy that. Beautiful view of the forward part of the space station.
A-firm. And Chris, you'll also be picking up your green hook.
Green hook APFR, leave the ORU bag on 2003. Copy all.
A-firm.
Bob, where are you right now?
I'm on the 3B side.
Copy that.
From the helmet camera of Bob Behnken, you're getting a sneak peek at some of the work, or at least the work site, where Behnken and Cassidy will go out once again to complete this channel.
29.
I've arrived at WIF 29.
Copy, and the APFR will go in at a clocking of 12.
Right now, Behnken and Cassidy are just really doing a lot of as much work as they can ahead of time to minimize some of the prep work before they start swapping out batteries at the end of the month.
Copy.
Behnken has a portable foot restraint in tow. He'll insert it into that gold structure right there. And the two will work hand in hand to install some scoops or handling aids on some of the batteries, making them easier to pull out and hold, and as well as breaking some torque on some of the batteries that they will need to remove again later this month.
Hooked onto the red Urcum reel.
Copy.
And while I'm looking at it, both are in the unlocked position, and the yellow hook is still closed and locked.
Copy, Chris. Good config.
Working on the APFR?
Okay, the APFR is installed 12 for the clocking, black on black, good pull test, and good twist test.
Copy, Bob. Looking for a pitch of Quebec, Quebec.
Okay, Quebec is set. And I'll take the rest of the APFR settings after I choose the crew lock bag.
Copy. And can you confirm pitch knobs popped out?
Yeah, the pitch knob has popped out.
Copy.
Same stickiness felt on the release mechanism.
Copy, Chris. And Chris, you'll be translating to the 3 Bravo side, handrail 2021. Let me know if you want step-by-step.
I'm going just a little bit inboard and down that edge.
A-firm inboard to handrail 2003, and then the A-frame across.
Copy.
And Chris, at handrail 2015, you'll translate outboard, and you want to go over the FRGF to S6 with 6. And you want to route your tether clear of that FRGF pin and grapple shaft.
Am I going inboard of the A-frame or outboard?
Outboard.
Outboard. Copy.
I'll take the APFR settings now, Jasmine.
Fox 12.
Okay, Foxtrot 12 is set.
Copy. And Bob, if you can just make sure the ingress aid is stowed. I see you've got your crew lock bag, and you can head to the radiator side.
Okay, the ingress aid is stowed.
Copy.
All right, Jasmine, I'm on the other side and looking for the directions again one more time.
Copy. So at handrail 2015, you can begin translating back outboard. You'll go over the FRGF to WIF 6, and you want to route your tether clear of the FRGF pin and grapple shaft. And ultimately, you're heading to handrail 2021, where you'll drop your green hook. We have a handover in 15 seconds.
Once again, in a short handover of video and audio from the station. Again, we'll be regaining it very shortly. This is the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The Orbit 2 team here, led by Royce Renfrew, the flight director of Orbit 2, guiding our two spacewalking astronauts through some of the procedures of upgrading the 1B channel, which is now complete. The 1B channel outfitted with 3 new lithium-ion batteries, all up and running and ready to go. Cassidy and Behnken scheduled to upgrade this 1B channel over the course of 2 spacewalks. That work now complete. Now getting a series of get-aheads done in preparation for some of the work later this month on the 3B channel. That'll be the last channel to upgrade with lithium-ion batteries aboard the International Space Station.
And back with you after the handover.
Copy.
And Chris, you should be coming up on handrail 2021. Bob, for you, looking to stow that crew lock bag on handrails 2050 and 2055.
2050 and 2055. See you there, Rick, coming over the top, or Chris coming over the top.
Yep.
And
2021.
so we can maybe look at and debrief whether there's a better translation path. I find that one pretty ugly.
Mine was too.
Copy for both of you.
All right, Jasmine, I'm looking at lift 6.
Okay, Chris, you'll drop your green hook at handrail 2021. And for the width, APFR will, yep, A-firm clocking of 6.
Clocking of 6. 12 on the double line.
6 on the single line.
Copy that, 12 on the double line.
A-firm.
Okay, handrails 2055 and 2050. The crew lock bag.
Okay, Bob, you can retrieve the gap spanner change from the crew lock bag. We'll be deploying those.
Okay.
And Jasmine, I think you said the tether hook should go over the FRGF, right? Or under?
A-firm over. Is it under?
I can put it wherever you want. There, it's over.
Yep, over. Thanks.
And green hook going to 2021.
A-firm.
It's taking me a while, Bob, to join you.
It's taking me a while as well.
Green hook is deposited on 2021.
Copy, Chris. And if we get locking collar, black on black, good pull, twist test, and then I've got the remaining APFR settings.
I'm still tethered to it, and I see black on black. Pull, tug, wiggle in all directions. Passes.
Copy. Remaining settings are India, India.
Golf, golf, Fox 12.
Okay, you'll just need to change the pitch to India, India.
India, India.
And Chris and Bob, just for your essay, you guys are still ahead on the timeline overall.
Copy. Fox 12, right, Jasmine? India, India, Fox 12.
Affirm. And Chris, when you're able, just check that pitch knob popped out.
It's out.
Copy. Say again, Bob.
I think I'd like to put some scoops out to get some additional handrails over here.
Okay.
Can you give me the scoop locations?
Affirm. We have 2 going to battery 1. Let me know when you're ready for the clockings.
Battery 1. Okay, and the battery 1 should be to my top right, correct?
Affirm, the top right battery.
And it looks like the scoops point down.
Affirm, both H1 and H2 will be at 9 o'clock, which is straight down.
Installed on H2.
Copy.
That pitch knob is a little sticky as well. I just had to verify that it was out. It was popped out, but it's hard to tell.
Copy that, Chris. And Chris, you want the ingress aid stowed and then Bravo IEA.
Ingress aid is stowed, going to Bob.
Copy. And Chris, as you translate, you'll want to go over the Canon connector bank.
You mean with my tether?
From the helmet camera of Chris Cassidy, he just completed his work stowing a portable foot restraint. He is now working on translating or moving over to the 3B power channel work site. That's where Bob Behnken currently is. He's again getting some work done ahead of time, anything they can to limit the prep work needed for later this month. He's installing scoops or handling aids. Cassidy is on his way to join him and continue some of the prep work.
All right, I'm here, Bob. How can I be helpful?
I think the next thing is gap spanners or scoops. And so we've got the battery 4, H1, I think she said.
Battery 4, H2.
Battery 4, H2.
And Chris, over to you if you want to work those scoops or start breaking torque. Or gap spanners.
I think gap spanners are kind of handy to have. when breaking torque, that might be handy too.
Okay, copy.
I'll take a gap spanner.
Okay, copy.
Okay. Here's one.
And Chris, for the inboard gap spanners,
Yep, that one.
you're looking for handrail 2044 on the radiator side?
2044. Tethered. Radiator side gets the wire tie.
This is the helmet camera view from Bob Behnken, continuing to install some of those handling aids, just getting a little bit of prep work ahead of time for those spacewalks later this month. Cassidy is on his way to join Behnken at the 3B channel and continue some of that prep work. They're going to break some torque on some of the batteries and loosen them up before they need to remove them for some of the work later this month, replacing those older nickel hydrogen batteries with newer lithium ion.
Okay, battery 4, H2 scoop is installed.
Copy. And next one's on the DCSU, H1 at 12 o'clock, and that's inboard or to the left.
Station about 270 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean, crossing into an orbital nighttime.
Chris?
I was tuned out.
It's okay, we'll, the last scoop, we'll take a break on that one and we'll do it a little bit later.
Okay.
And Bob, for the outboard gap spanner, looking for handrail 2055 on the radiator side.
Copy, 2055 on the radiator side.
Hey, firm.
Behnken installing what's called a gap spanner. This is another translation aid, or it really just a rope you can see there from the helmet camera of Bob Behnken. It attaches to two ends of the integrated electronics assembly and makes moving from one end to the other just a little bit easier when they're doing some of the battery work.
One in.
Wire tie end of the gap spanner chain going to 2055.
Hey, firm, Bob.
$045 is complete.
Copy, Chris. You can tension that gap spanner chain and do the 180-degree check for slack.
Copy. Going to put the GoPro down.
Copy.
GoPro is in the battery 6 corner 2039. Andrew.
Copy, handrail 2039. And Chris, if you're in a good position, you can grab that final scoop that's going to DCSU H1.
DCSU H1.
Affirm.
Which direction?
It'll be 12 o'clock or to your left inboard.
Okay, that's in place and locked.
Copy, Chris.
Move on to torque braking.
Okay, and I've got a note for you. If a scoop is present on an H-bolt, check that socket tape line is flush with scoop before braking or resetting torque. How copy?
Copy all.
And Chris, could you release there's a ret with this gap spanner chain coming back to the crew lock bag.
This guy right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And hand over in 5 seconds.
Another handover of video and audio from station should be regaining that shortly. This is a live view from the inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Flight Director Royce Renfrew there in the gray suit leading the Orbit 2 teams through today's spacewalk. In the back row there on the right, Jackie Kagi is the spacewalk officer here in the room, knowing those procedures backwards and forwards. The voice you're hearing from here in Mission Control Houston to our two spacewalking astronauts is Jasmine Mogbelli over there on the left. She is the ground IV, communicating with the crew and following along on the procedures. Cassidy and Behnken completed the installation of the final battery to the 1B channel. That battery was activated, checked out, and now we have 3 good lithium-ion batteries on the 1B channel.
Gap spanner, the outboard gap spanner is complete.
Correct.
Now working on some of the prep work and get-aheads that will make the next spacewalk a little bit easier, and tackling a lot of those to-do items.
Check is a good one to consider. We're not able to tension the gap spanners tight enough that you can't do several more turns than 180 degrees.
I concur.
Okay, copy. And with that, everything's set on 3 Bravo except for braking and resetting torque. So I don't know how you want to do it. If you want to have Chris braking torque and Bob behind with the PGT resetting.
The PGT is tethered to Chris.
While we're talking, let me do H1. H1 torque is broken on battery 3. I'm set on alpha 7 clockwise 2 on H1.
And Chris, we're looking for alpha 6 clockwise 2.
Oh, thanks for the reminder. Alpha 6 clockwise 2. Firm set. I have the PGT, so 4 turns, green torquing light 8.3 torque.
Copy, 8.3, green light.
What do you think, Bob?
Want to do 4 next? Which ones have you done?
Just H1 on 3, so I got to do H2 on 3 here.
Okay.
And then I can, come down towards you. H1 put up a good fight. H2 torque broken.
Copy H2. And again, looking for
Clockwise 2.
good settings.
So, somehow in the transition from that task, the PGT went from Alpha to Bravo. I just torqued it at Bravo 6.
Copy, Chris. So for
So I'll brake
H2,
torque again.
okay.
I don't know how that happened. Alpha 6. Clockwise 2. Confirmed.
Copy.
Here we go. 0.1 turns, 8.2 foot-pounds green torquing light, H2, battery 3.
Okay, copy. Battery 3 complete. And as you both work together on the remaining batteries, we'll need you to brake torque on H1 and H2, and then reset torque H2, H1.
Okay.
Copy.
Copy.
No.
Like a low in the envelope kind of thing.
Yep. Sure that this is more efficient than just since we don't have a scoop on H1 of battery 4. Any thoughts? We're just we're not looking for a specific.
Yeah, the tape line won't be flush.
Torque is broke on H1.
And Bob, can you confirm you're on battery 4 right now?
Correct. Battery 4.
Copy, thanks.
It's lined up. Doesn't want to go.
It's a good one. It's on there pretty good.
Yeah, the same with battery 3. These batteries, they like their home.
The torque is broke on H2.
Copy, H2 torque broken. And Chris, you can drive H2, Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
Bob will get it.
Copy.
6. Clockwise 2 on H2.
Concur.
green light, 8.2 on the torque. Like a quarter time.
Copy. And H1, same settings, Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
Copy. Remember, I've got your PGT.
Yeah, trying not to go too far. Here's H1, battery 1.
Copy, H1 battery 1.
H2, battery 1. Broken.
Copy, H2 battery 1, torque broken.
Here comes the PGT back to you.
Got it. And ready on H2, battery 1 for torquing.
Okay, Alpha 6 clockwise 2 for H2, battery 1.
Alpha 6, clockwise 2, battery 1, H2.
Good settings, Chris. And Bob, when you get a chance, we didn't catch the torque on battery 4, H1.
It was a green light, and I believe it was 8.2.
Copy.
8.2 also on H2, battery 1.
Copy, 8.2. And for H1, looking for Alpha 6 clockwise 2 again.
Alpha 6, clockwise 2. Green torque, 8.5 pounds.
Copy, Chris. And you are at 3 hours in the EVA. Limited consumables, Medox on Chris at 7 hours, and you're 30 minutes ahead.
Copy.
Hey, Chris, it just doesn't seem to make sense to be on the other side of your body to have you pass me the ratchet wrench and then pass me the PGT.
Yeah.
And you're right there.
Agreed.
I think,
3 hours into today's spacewalk, Cassidy and Behnken outfitted the 1B power channel with the final lithium-ion battery, all 3 batteries up and running, and storing power on that one channel. Now getting some prep work ready for spacewalks later this month to complete the 3B channel. They've set some of the portable foot restraints in locations that make it a little bit easier and will make the work to begin later this month a little bit faster. They've installed some gap spanners and handling aids, and now they're going through and breaking the torque on all the batteries and resetting it with the pistol grip tool.
H2, battery 2. Torque broken.
Copy.
H2s are in there pretty solid.
And looking for Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
Clockwise to H2. torque, 8.3 foot-pounds, H2.
Copy 8.3. Same settings for H1.
.3 foot-pounds, green torque light. Battery 2 complete.
Copy 8.3. Battery 2 is complete. We've got batteries 5 and 6 remaining.
Copy.
Radiator down there.
Thanks. I twisted around. I thought I was on the other side, and then I saw the crew lock bag right when you said, watch the radiator.
Yeah, sorry I didn't go up there. I should be on top of your tether now.
Yeah. Yeah, that rotate the buckle 180 thing lasts for maybe a yeah, one grab.
One check to 180 degrees.
Yeah, right.
Obviously.
Obviously. Let's see, I need my friend the ratchet wrench. Here you go. Okay. I believe this is battery 5. Bob, if you'll double check my orientation.
Yep, I agree. That's battery 5.
H1 torque broken.
Copy.
So we're going to be doing another crew lock bag inventory.
We will not need another inventory, Bob.
H2 torque broken.
Copy H2, battery 5.
Alpha. Clockwise 2. Confirmed.
Good settings for H2.
Green torquing light at 8.3 foot-pounds.
Copy 8.3.
Green torque 8.4 foot-pounds.
Copy 8.4.
5 or 4, yeah, 8.4.
Copy, and battery 6 is the only remaining one. Once torque is broken, Bob, you can take the 6-inch wobble socket and install it on your PGT.
Battery 6, H1. Broken.
Copy.
Battery 6, H2. Broken. Bob, the wrench is coming to you.
Okay, I'm ready.
Ready?
Ready.
Alpha 6, clockwise 2. I'm on H2.
Copy.
.4 foot-pounds green torquing light.
Copy. And Alpha 6 clockwise 2 for H1.
Copy that. H1. Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
Copy 8.2, and with that, you're complete with the batteries. And Chris, you can stow that PGT and translate back towards your green hook on handrail 2021.
Okay, copy.
And Chris, you'll also want to pick up the GoPro.
Roger that. All right. Before I leave, Jasmine, just give us a little mini tag up here. What time are we at?
Yeah, so we're at 3:10 right now. And we'll be moving on. Chris, you'll be moving on to routing the power cable. Bob will be moving on to the H-fixture release, and you're about 35 minutes ahead.
All right. And Bob, I'm going to head out. If you need do you need anything before I go?
Nope, I think I'm good. Thank you.
And Jasmine, I'm going to follow my tether back to the my old APFR area and then go inboard from there.
Copy, and Chris, you'll pick up your green hook at handrail 2021.
All right, copy that.
And Bob, we think we see the 6-inch on your PGT. Can you just confirm a good pull test?
Yep, the 6 inches on the PGT, and I can confirm a good pull test.
Copy. With that, you can stow the ratchet wrench in the crew lock bag and then configure it with the doors against structure.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're hearing that the prep work on the 3B power channel on the starboard 6 truss is now complete. Cassidy and Behnken working together to install gap spanners or translation or movement aids, making it a little easier for them to move around the worksite later this month. They've broken and reset the torque on the batteries, making it now a little bit more predictable for the removal and installation of the new batteries for when they work on that side of the starboard 6 truss. And they have foot restraints in the new worksite positions and ready to go. Now Cassidy and Behnken will split up and do 2 separate duties. Cassidy will go to the starboard 3 truss and route a power cable. And Behnken will remove something called an H-fixture in preparation for some future power system upgrades.
Okay, Bob. Out of here.
Okay.
See ya.
See ya.
And Bob, for your SA, we've lost your WVS again. If you could cycle the switch again.
Going for my green hook.
Copy, Chris. And Bob, we do have your WVS back. Thanks.
Green hook secured to the red Berkham reel.
Copy, Chris. We'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Dry, gauntlets in place. Gloves no change.
Copy, Chris. With that, you can translate to the port SETA cart to retrieve the S3 boom power cable bundle.
Copy.
Okay, the doors are towards structure.
Copy, Bob. With that, you can head back to your green hook.
Copy.
And daylight in 2 minutes.
Copy that.
I've arrived at my green hut.
Copy, Bob. You can retrieve the green hook.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. For those just tuning in, the International Space Station is now flying 261 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean, entering into an orbital daytime. Cassidy and Behnken have completed the upgrades of the 1B channel, 3 lithium-ion batteries installed and checked out. Now at its fully upgraded configuration. They've also done a lot of the prep work on the 3B channel. This is on the other side of the far starboard 6 truss. They've broken and reset torque on the 6 nickel hydrogen batteries that are currently installed. They've also installed some gap spanners and put some portable foot restraints in places where they'll be easier to access later this month. Now they're continuing down the procedures with some of the tasks that were originally get-aheads, but when these spacewalks for the 1B channel were first designed.
I'm at the outboard seated cart.
Cassidy and Behnken way ahead of the timeline, even on both EVAs combined, now getting some of those tasks done, doing a glove and hap check now.
Thank you.
I'm going to head inboard.
Copy, Bob.
Under the MT.
And Chris, did you make a call?
I'm at the seated cart. Inboard seated cart.
Okay, copy. You'll be retrieving that power cable bundle and translating to S1 panel Alpha 102. And Bob, you can head to the 3 Alpha BGA H-fixture, and I have several cautions and warnings for you when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, no sudden movements on the mass canister. Maintain less than 0.45 feet per second translation speed. Avoid cyclic loading. When nominally released, the end of the Fairchild fastener spring may protrude, creating a sharp edge concern. The Bravo 7 torque setting may cause bolt failure. This could result in a non-captive sharp edge, broken shank, and FOD liberation from the H-fixture, or a sharp edge protruding from the BGA structure. Fairchild fastener considerations: align the PGT socket as best as possible over the bolt head, minimize side loading, apply downward pressure to bolt head during removal, prevents loading retainer ring, drive PGT up until turn count. If necessary, manually release remaining turns. How copy?
Copy all. Is there any good news about this?
Sounds scary. Bob, you sure you want to do that?
Obviously.
Obviously. Okay, working on the grabbing the power cable.
Copy that, Chris.
Right into it. Okay. I'm at the work site.
Copy, Chris. So you'll be looking to temp stow the power cable on S1 handrail 3208 and then assess your reach to panel alpha 102.
Reach, I'm evaluating now, and I believe shouldn't be a factor. I can get it.
Copy, that's good news.
Say again, this temp stow, 32 what?
3208.
Little guy right above it.
A-firm.
The touch real, no touch, or just caution?
Checking. And Chris, just try to avoid it. We're just trying to prevent damaging it.
Copy that.
Here's a great view of Bob Behnken making his way up one of the solar array segments to remove something called an H-fixture. This is one of those items that was originally on the get-ahead task, now timelined for this spacewalk after completing the 1B and 3B prep work, 1B channel upgrades and the 3B channel prep work. This H-fixture removal will be for some future power system upgrades, just one of those nice-to-haves that was part of the get-aheads for these two spacewalks for the 1B channel.
Now we're going to fish it through.
Yeah, A-firm, and you'll release wire tie number 1 with one twist and then insert the cable through that MLI gap towards alpha 102 panel.
Okay.
And Jaws, I've arrived at H-fixture bracket number 4 is what it's labeled.
Okay, copy that, Bob. So you're going to attach your mini workstation RET to the mini workstation adjustable D-ring. And then that adjustable will hook to the H-fixture onto the tether point.
Copy. Okay, I've got a RET, an adjustable. That adjustable is making a loop with the D-ring, and that adjustable is then tethered to the H-fixture.
Okay, Bob, that looks good to us, and you can prepare your small trash bag in case there's a bolt failure.
Copy.
Wire tie number 1.
Copy, Chris.
I've got the trash bag.
Okay, Bob, with that, you can grab your PGT with the 6-inch. Settings are Bravo 7, counter 1.
Bravo 7, counter 1.
May I remove the cap from J116, my cable?
A-firm, and you can remove it before you fish it through the MLI if you need to.
Yeah, exactly. That's in work. The cap's removed.
Copy.
Comes the fish.
And Bob, once you've got those settings, just let us know which bolt you're going to first. You're looking to release torque 1 to 2 turns on each bolt.
Okay. I'll be going to, I guess, relative to the tether point. The tether point's on the right-hand side. We'll be going to the top right corner first.
Copy. We see you on bolt 1, and we've got good visual.
Bob Behnken working on removing this item called the H-fixture. It's that gold box right there. Here's another view for some context of where Bob is relative to other parts of the station. You can see this is sort of at the base of the solar arrays, and then beyond that, towards the truss segment, are the new lithium-ion batteries.
Yeah, so Chris, you'll release the first TA clamp on cable W5111, and that's back from Papa 116 on that Alpha 102 J195.
All right, I'm on Alpha 102. That's the panel.
A-firm.
The J116 cable going into the interface panel. On the other side of that, there's a plug.
Yep, and you'll want to release the first TA clamp on that cable.
The torque is broken on bolt 1.
Okay, Bob, and say number of turns.
Just about 1.5 turns.
Copy 1.5. And we see you on bolt 4.
The torque is broken on bolt 4, 1 turn.
Copy 1 turn on bolt 4. And
bolt 3.
Copy, and we're 15 seconds from LOS.
Copy.
Okay, 1 turn on bolt 3.
Copy 1 turn on 3.
TA clamp released.
Now in another short handover of communication from those tracking and data relay satellites. Again, one of the many handovers we have as the station makes its way around the Earth. Those TDRS satellites are part of NASA's Space Communication and Navigation Program and part of the Space Network.
Part of that's just trying to get, you try to get a good impulse with your arm on Bravo 7.
Right.
Okay, back with you after the handover. Bob, I think you said 1 turn on bolt number 2 as well.
I think all 4 bolts are torque broke now.
Yep, concur, and you can, with the PDT now on Bravo 7, counter 1 will fully release each of the bolts. So on bolt 1, an extra 10.5 turns and 11 turns on 2 through 4.
Okay, Jasmine, I'm ready to, the TA clamps removed, I'm ready to release the connector.
Okay, copy, Chris, and your WVS is out, so when you get a chance, if you could cycle that. So you'll be demating Papa 116 from J195. And good WVS, Chris.
Made it.
Copy. You can get a good inspection, and then we'll be mating J116 to the ISS cable, Papa 116.
Copy.
Here's a view from the helmet camera of Chris Cassidy, Jasmine Mogbelli, the ground IV here in Mission Control Houston, walking him through the steps of routing and connecting some of the power cables you see there from his helmet camera. He's doing a completely different task at this time from Bob Behnken, who is at the base of one of the station's solar arrays, removing something called an H-fixture.
Looks nice and intact.
Copy, good inspection. Your go to mate.
The bolt on the bottom right is loose after 11 turns.
Copy, bolt number
Top
2.
right.
Okay, that's made it. You want the TA clamp back in place? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, if you can reach it, Chris, we'll close the TA clamp.
TA clamp is secure.
Copy, and you can install that cap that's on your mini workstation onto panel Alpha 102, J195.
Roger. Cap is installed.
Copy, and Chris, you can wire tie that S3 power cable on the inside of the truss near the MLI opening. And you'll just want to verify the cable's secure and clear of the MT translation path on phase 1 when you do that.
Understand all. Okay, wire tie complete. Through the MLI.
3 of the 4 bolts released, working on the 4th now.
Copy, see you working on number 3 now, and Chris, I got that wire tie's in place and it's clear of the MT translation path. With that, I have a warning for you, Chris. There's potential MMOD strike on S1 handrail 3210. How copy? Okay. And we're going to begin routing that S3 power cable to the install location. So first verify safety tether's not trapped by the cable or wire tie, and you're going to wire tie to handrail 3208.
Y'all, inward.
All 4 bolts are loose at this point, Jasmine.
Copy that, Bob. With that, you can use the adjustable equipment tether strap that's on the tether point to pull the H-fixture from the GSE pad.
Copy. Here we go.
And Bob, before you do that, can you confirm they're all popped out?
Yes, I can confirm that all 4 are popped out.
Copy, thanks. And you'll want to, as you do that, Bob, rotate the H-fixture away from the GSE pad to release it.
It doesn't want to release.
Okay, copy. Bob, stand by.
Right above the target
Chris, or Bob, if you want to put your left hand on the metal plate just above the H-fixture to get better leverage, you can try that.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just tuning in, Bob Behnken and Chris Cassidy working on separate tasks at this time. This is the helmet camera view from Bob Behnken, the number 20 at the bottom right of your screen. He's working on removing this gold square called the H-fixture from the base of the station's solar arrays. In the meantime, Cassidy is working on routing a power cable at the starboard 3 truss.
Zero 3208 complete. On the 3210.
Copy 3208, and as you said, going on to 3210, if you can just verify the connectors aren't protruding through the phase 2 MLI.
Correct.
Okay. And Chris, can we have you check your safer handles?
Right.
And Josh, I guess I'm going to have to go for the pry bar.
Okay, copy that, Bob. Do you have a BRT down? Did you want to try that if you don't already?
Yep, I have a BRT down.
Okay, copy that, Bob. With that, we can go for the pry bar.
Okay. See, do I need to leave it? I've undone the bolts. I can't pull this off. I'm tethered to it. So make sure you're happy with the configuration I'm in.
Checking.
Handles are down, by the way.
And Bob, if you, since you're tethered to it, you can move that tether to the handrail so that the H-fixture is tethered to the handrail as you go to retrieve the pry bar.
Okay. Just one other thing I'm going to try is that I can move the bracket kind of up and down.
Okay.
Right here.
Yeah, we're seeing it in your
slides a little bit.
WBS.
I think after I might take it to each of the extremes and give it another tug and see if that does any good.
Okay. And I'm also being told if you want to try pulling straight out vice the rotating pull, you can try that as well.
I'm putting about as much force as I can into it to try to pull it off, and not interested in coming off.
Copy.
I'm on 3210.
Copy on 3210, and verify that it's out of the MT translation path on phase 2, and then I have a few cautions for you, Chris.
Verified. There is an MMOD strike here. I got it with the GoPro. And go ahead with your cautions.
Copy. Avoid contact with charge beam. If contact occurs, wait 2 to 5 minutes for structural response to dissipate. Verify S3 boom power cable is clear of starboard charge rotational envelope. Do not translate on CAS, deploy Clevis, or ADP. How copy?
Copy all.
Okay, Chris, with
320, yeah.
On the Zenith stanchion. You want it on the
Copy that. All right.
inboard of the handrail on the Zenith stanchion.
Board side, Zenith stanchion, 3210, inward.
Bob, can you hold and stand down from what you're doing for a sec?
Going to 3003. Next.
That's correct, Chris. And Chris, you want it routed on the outboard side of that handrail?
Outboard side, copy.
And Bob, as you do that, just make sure you're not putting pressure on the gate. We don't want that tether to release.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure I've got enough leverage to really accomplish much here either, so.
Okay, Bob, we'll have you stand down on that and try the pry bar.
This is Mission Control Houston. For those just tuning in, Bob Behnken working on troubleshooting some techniques to get that H-fixture, that's that gold square you see in his view, removed from the base unit of the solar arrays called the mast canister.
Outboard, inward.
Chris Cassidy, in the meantime, continuing to route power cables. You may have heard some cautions and warnings associated with that route, just making sure that when Cassidy was routing the cables, the readouts were on what to hold on to and what not to hold on to while that power cable was being routed across the station structure.
I'm going to make my way to the RU bag for the pry bar.
Copy, Bob.
I am putting a pretty big load into it, and it's not budging, so pry bar does much.
Copy, Bob. And Bob, when you go to grab that pry bar, recommend you go ahead and grab the AMS tube puller at the same time in case we need it.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. Bob Behnken now heading over to his tool bag, pulling the H-fixture straight out. Didn't quite seem to work, so he's going to get some more tools and try a pry bar and then some additional tools if necessary, trying to get that H-fixture removed.
So, Bob, if we get to the point where we're using that tube puller, the idea is you'd insert the hook between the H-fixture and the bracket and use that hook to exercise the ball detents.
Okay. There's really just not very much play on that plate. I'll bring all those things.
Copy that, Bob.
Jasmine, I'm on handrail 3004. I have it routed outboard of WIF 1 on S3.
Okay, copy, Chris. And, yep, you'll wire tie it there to handrail 3004 on the outboard side of the handrail.
On the outboard side of the handrail. Do that. Using a wire tie for my BRT.
Copy.
Jasmine, can it looks like it's going to cut the corner. You don't want it to make a 90-degree corner here at 3005, right? You just
yeah, Chris,
below AMS.
it can cut the corner. I think that actually keeps it more clear of the targe.
Copy that.
I've got the high bar, the two puller, and the associated adjustable.
Okay, copy, Bob. You can head back to the H-fixture.
This is Mission Control Houston. This is the helmet camera of Chris Cassidy that you're seeing now. He's working on routing that power cable you see in his left hand through pre-designated parts of the station structure, confirming some of those points with the ground IV here in Mission Control Houston, Jasmine Mogbelli.
Bob, if we can't get it off, we'll have to redrive the fasteners.
This is Mission Control Houston. Bob Behnken aboard the International Space Station working on this H-fixture. Here's a replica here on the ground, handled by Jasmine Mogbelli, you see there. It's her voice that you're hearing communicating some of these procedures to the crew. Engineers here in the room taking a look at that H-fixture.
Little one directly below AMS.
So Mogbelli can properly relay some of the new techniques with some of the new tools that Bob Behnken is now bringing back to the work site.
Below AMS.
A-firm, you'll install another wire tie there. Bob, so it looks like you've got a good position on that pry bar between the H-fixture and the mounting plate.
Yeah, there's just not enough gap to put the pry bar in.
Okay, Bob, copy. You can't get the pry bar in, so we'll try and go to the AMS2 pillar.
I'll keep working on it. I gotta just try to slowly wiggle it in. There's not much space there, so.
Okay.
I'm assuming that the preference is to
the bottom side as you're looking at it. But you cannot go to the side with the tether point because that'll push against the mass canister itself.
Right. I just am wondering if, in terms of getting load onto the ball defense, is it best to do it on this left side or on this right side at the top of the plate?
We think the right side, Bob.
You doing, Chris?
Doing great. Nice to have this cup checklist page. Sort of autonomous over here. My handrails.
Yeah, Joe, there's just not enough purchase to get this pry bar in.
Okay, Bob, we'll try the AMS tube puller. As you retrieve that, you're both 4 hours into the EVA. The limiting consumable is Medox on Chris at 7 hours, and you're about 30 minutes ahead of timeline.
Copy all.
Okay.
And Bob, I'll talk you through how you're going to use the AMS tube puller.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, so you want to take the hook, and as you're looking at the bracket right now with the tether point on the right side, you can go in from the top right, and if you look above that tether point on the right, you should see a circle, a metal silver circle. You basically want to, on the inside of the bracket, put that hook in, and there's a ball detent there. You're trying to just cycle in and out to loosen it.
Ground IV, Jasmine Mogbelli walking Bob Behnken from the helmet camera 20 here that you're seeing on your screen through the process of removing that H-fixture, trying troubleshooting with a new tool called the pry bar. That didn't quite work, so they're taking out...
That silver circle is.
They're taking out a tool that was specially designed for the alpha magnetic spectrometer repair work that took place late last year.
And I don't know if you can feel if you're getting the ball detent or not, but basically you're going to do that on that top side and then on the lower right side as well.
Okay. I can't really tell if I'm feeling it or not.
Okay, what you're doing looks good from our view.
All right, Jasmine, quick tag up.
Ready, Chris?
The cable is at 3049. It is secured with the adjustable that we took it out of the airlock with, and if it's okay with you, I'll just use that as to secure the bundle until the end of the day. If not, if you don't come back here, I think it's okay. And then a little delta to the routing, there was no wire tie that lined up with 3029, but the wire tie is on 3042. The wire does go right over the top of 3029, just like as if it was wire tied there.
Okay, copy 3042 instead of 3029, and that checking on the adjustable.
Is there? I don't understand a tube puller. Where do you put it?
Apparently down inside there's a little ball detent that you can blind try to cycle.
Oh, okay.
I've done that several times now on the top and the bottom, and I'm trying to work the tube puller to stay straight as it bends a little bit as you put it through that pace.
Yeah, the tube puller is bendy material too.
And Chris, that adjustable tether stow is good. And if you can just, as you go back, verify that ADP is in place.
Say that again. Verify the what?
Verify the ADP is in place. Let me know if you need me to talk you on.
Okay. Stand by.
Jaws, I've probably cycled the top and the bottom as best I can. There's not a lot of tactile feedback. It's accomplishing anything, but it does bend the tube puller. I've tried to bend it back and forth, putting it in both directions to try to keep it straight. Is the next thing to just try again with this adjustable, pulling it off?
Hey, from Bob, and what you were doing looked like it was good, so give it another tug and see if that works.
Copy.
All right, Jasmine, I'm heading back.
Copy, Chris. And that ADP I was talking about is basically a pin. As you pass handrail 3014, that stanchion going to the AMS, towards the bottom of it, there should be a adjustable diameter pin. You just want to make sure it looks like it's installed.
Copy that. EGP, it's a throwback to ASCII skills runs. It's a lot of tasks ago. AGP in place.
Copy. And Chris, just try and get WVS on as you backtrack and verify the cables are clear of that targe rotational envelope and the MT on face 1.
Definitely clear of the targe rotational envelope.
Copy, Chris.
Survey.
I think no joy, Jaws.
Let's ask him if he thinks having another human there would help him.
Okay. Copy, Bob. Still no joy. Do you think there's anything having Chris there with you could help with?
I don't know if there's an arm or an APFR position that could maybe give you a little bit more purchase, but I'm not sure that would do it either. I think the best answer is probably a longer tool inserted into the tether point. I don't know, that might break the tether point off, but to try to increase the leverage. There's, I can pull on it pretty good, but it's really not moving at all.
Copy, by
I don't see much.
Okay.
Like nothing that another person can help with.
Okay, copy. Stand by. We're talking it down here.
I don't think there's not two people's. The only thing you could do would be to try to hold on to my feet, but I'm getting a lot of leverage into here, and so
yeah.
Another handover of communications, audio and video from the International Space Station, relayed through the tracking and data relay satellites. And that's part of the Space Communications and Navigation Program.
Jaws, are you still with us?
Flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station Flight Control Room, guiding Bob Behnken and Chris Cassidy through the procedures today.
Here,
They've completed their primary task of upgrading the 1B channel. They've even got some prep work done on the 3B channel and now are continuing through several get-ahead tasks.
I'm able to put quite a bit of force into it.
Yeah, copy. I'll Bob. And Bob, just stand by one. We're still talking it.
From the helmet camera of Bob Behnken, he's still working on that H-fixture, trying multiple different ways to try to get that gold square structure removed. That is the H-fixture. It's on the base unit or the mast canister of one of the station's solar arrays.
Okay, Bob, we're going to go ahead and reinstall the bolts. We don't think there's anything else we can do to get that off, so we'll have to reassess for future EVAs. So a couple of notes and cautions. 2 H-fixture bolts are needed to meet the tie-down requirements. To prevent loss of H-fixture fasteners during hand start, minimize side loading, maintain axial force on bolt to compress spring during rotation. How copy? And Chris, before I get Bob working on reinstalling, are you good on your forward plan? We'll have you head back to the airlock to pick up the Ethernet cable.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, but it's nice to tag up with you on that, and that sounds great.
Okay, copy, Chris. Okay, Bob, let me know when you're ready to start working the reinstall.
Okay, I'm ready to start working the reinstall.
Okay, you'll apply downward pressure and hand start the H-fixture bolts. Report turns on each.
Copy. I've got about 1.5 turns on the top left one, and no turns on any of the others yet.
Copy, 1.5 on bolt 4.
International Space Station 271 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean. Heading into an orbital nighttime, we'll see the view start to get just a little bit darker. In the meantime, Bob Behnken has exhausted some of the techniques to remove this H-fixture. This was a unit to be removed for future power system upgrades, but it was on the large list of get-ahead tasks that were originally scheduled for these first 2 spacewalks to upgrade the 1B power channel, which has since been successfully upgraded with 3 new lithium-ion batteries. They even got some of the prep work tasks for the 3B channel that's coming up later this month. This H-fixture is for tasks much further down the road, but troubleshooting this now identified some techniques that must be needed for when it becomes more of a priority.
1 turn.
Copy, 1 turn on bolt 3.
For now, since Behnken was unable to remove the H-fixture, he's bolting it back into place. Given that it is not an urgent task, then it's one of the get-ahead tasks for future work.
Use that to try to get the turn started. The bolts are not, they're flush into the hole. They're not very so getting fingers on them is just taking a thumb with pressure and then trying to twist it.
Checking, Bob.
Depending on what your settings are, I'd still recommend that we try Alpha 1. Even though, even once I get them all started, I'd still recommend doing a low torque for a turn or two just to see if it's moving.
Copy, Bob. Okay. Okay, Bob, you can use Alpha 1 instead of using your hand on the remaining runs just to get them started.
I thought all of them started one turn now, but I still would like to just start with one turn on, or two turns on Alpha 1 just to make sure that they're in there and they're not cross-threaded or something. And what will the settings be when we go to actually turn the bolts?
So it'll be Alpha 3 clockwise 1.
Okay.
And Chris, as you get back to the airlock, when you're ready, I'll take a glove and hap check from you.
Okay. Hap strike, gloves good. Gauntlets that are there, but I understand not applicable anymore.
Copy, good checks. And when you're ready, you can open the hatch thermal cover.
Okay, copy. I'm going to put the GoPro camera at the base of the Seagasperger.
Copy, Chris. GoPro at the base of the Seagasperger.
Yep.
Hey, Jaws, I've got one additional turn on each of the fasteners at this point in Alpha 1.
Okay, copy, Bob. You can go to Alpha 3 clockwise 1, and it'll be an additional 10 turns on each one.
Copy. Alpha 3 clockwise clockwise 1. Okay, top left.
And that's handrail 0500, Jasmine, for the GoPro.
Copy 0500 for the GoPro.
Cover open.
Copy, thermal cover is open. With that, you can retrieve the S3 Ethernet cable reel bag from the airlock and stow it on your BRT. And you want the bag opening facing you.
Copy that.
I got the 7 turns and top left one torqued out.
Copy, 7 turns on number 4. And can we get that torque and light on that, Bob?
Top right. Yep, green light, 18.2 on the torque.
Copy, 18.2.
One more time, say those instructions about the...
Bob, we'll have you stand by for one, and Chris, for the cable bag, verify the bag opening is facing you when you stow it on your BRT.
Facing me, interesting. Okay, no problem. Complete.
Bob, can you repeat the torque? We heard 18.2, is that correct?
18.2. I'm sorry, it's on Bravo, not on Alpha.
Copy, stand by.
Maybe that's what it needs. Drive it hard to the other direction. Bob, I've got back Charlie. I'm coming out of the airlock.
Roger.
Okay, Bob, can we have you go to Bravo 4 counterclockwise 1 and release 1 turn on bolt number 4, the one you just torqued down?
Okay, Bravo 4. Counter 1 on the one I just torqued down.
A firm, and just looking for a 1 turn to release the torque.
Copy, 1 turn.
Thermal cover closed, safer handles down.
Copy, thermal cover and safer handles. Thanks, Chris.
Engine of access.
Copy.
Okay, there's 1 turn.
Copy, and you'll go back to Alpha 3 clockwise 1. And Chris, I have 2 cautions for you when ready.
Alpha 3 clockwise 1.
Good settings. Looking for...
Time it works for your comm. I'm ready.
Okay, 1 turn, 4.6 it looks like on the torque. In line.
Okay, Bob, that's good for that bolt number 4. We need at least 1 more bolt. And Bob, so if you want to go bolt number 2, the opposite corner, we'll do the same thing. So Alpha 3, clockwise 1.
Alpha 3, clockwise 1 on the opposite bolt.
A firm should looking for bolt to torque.
Recommended translation, you want me to just go aft on the airlock or come up to the go port?
So you can go zenith on the C to spur to S0 and then...
Port on the airlock.
And then you want to go port.
Just for S0 and then port. Copy that. Airlock.
This is Mission Control Houston. Quick status update. Cassidy has completed the power cable routing. He has since gone to the airlock to retrieve an Ethernet cable. Now he's just translating or moving over to the worksite to begin some of that work. In the meantime, Behnken is securing the H-fixture back into place. He only needs 2 bolts to secure it back to the mast canister. This is the base unit of the solar array. This solar array installed on June 11th, 2007, more than 13 years ago on STS-117. After he secures the H-fixture back to that mast canister, he'll join Cassidy for the Ethernet cable routing.
With that, you can pick up all your tools and tethers and head back to the ORU bag.
Copy.
And Chris, sorry, those cautions for you. Yeah, Bob, no worries. We learned a lot for the next time we attempt this. Chris, for you, avoid inadvertent contact with S0 aft face radiator. Avoid inadvertent contact with surrounding connectors and fluid lines. How copy?
Copy all.
Okay, and Chris, before you go into the rad sense, we're going to drop your green hook on handrail 3459.
459. Jasmine, give me a direction to that one.
And say your current position.
On that, on the diagonal, it gets the first wire tie after the rat's nest. There's no number.
It's starboard 2 handrails. And it's 3459.
3459.
A firm.
You need it all the way there? I'm going to do it right here where the first wire tie goes, if that's okay with you. Otherwise, I'm going back.
Yeah, Chris, your tether length may be close, but otherwise we're good with that. We think it should reach.
it should reach. I'm trying to understand that comment.
Yeah, Chris, that's good. You can drop it on the handrail you're at.
Copy. And Bob, what's your status?
I'm back at the medium ORU bag, and I'm going to collect it, I believe, after stowing some tools inside of it.
Okay. I'm just about to take the real bag and go into the rat's nest.
Okay.
Gave an assessment to what we talked about, leaving the bag, and then.
Yeah.
But I think I'm just going to keep it on me. And
seems like it's going to work, huh?
You know. You going in?
And Chris, I think I missed it in the handover, but you already dropped your green hook on 3459.
No, I did not. I dropped it on the angled one on the strut that has no number. It's the first place that gets a wire tie after the rat's nest.
Yep, sorry, copy. And I think I see you heading towards the rat's nest. You want to stay nadir of the radiator on phase 4 and head to the port side.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, Chris, you're going to be removing the cap from the S3 Ethernet cable W4294P5 using the adjustable equipment tether on the real bag.
Okay.
And Jaws, I have the tools, tie bar, and puller returned to the ORU bag.
Copy, Bob. If you're confident everything's back in there, you can stow that ORU bag on your BRT and head back inboard, but we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check first.
Okay. My hap is still baseline. My gauntlets are up. And my gloves look in good condition. I did pick up quite a bit of extra smudging from the H-fixture itself.
Copy, additional smudging on the gloves, but otherwise good. And Bob, is the trash bag still on you, or did you stow that in the ORU bag?
Still on me.
Copy. Okay, and Bob, just a reminder as you head in to hit the inboard brake pedals on both the CETA carts.
Copy.
All right. There's 3 connectors here. I believe that's what you were expecting. And say again the whiskey number.
4294.
Whiskey 4294. Whiskey 4300. Spider cable. Okay, let's see.
4300 is the cap on the spider cable. That one will also come off using a mini workstation RET. The 4294 is the Ethernet cable.
Okay, so the spider cable is named that for a reason. It looks like there's 4 cables, 4 ends coming out of it. And I see Whiskey 4300 on.
Hey, from Chris, that's the cap you'll want to remove on the spider cable. And you can use a mini workstation RET for that.
No, I'm not, I guess I'm not saying correctly. There are 7 caps. I see 4 cables bundled together with 4 caps, and 3 bundled together with 3 caps. They're all part of the spider cable.
And you want the J5 cap, sorry.
J5, okay, that helps me.
I've got the ORU bag on my BRT, and I'm headed back to the airlock, I'm guessing.
Yeah, from Bob, you'll head back inboard to help Chris, and on your way back in, you can stow that ORU bag wherever you'd like between the CETA spur and the airlock.
Copy.
All right, J5. J5 on Whiskey 4300.
Good words, Chris. You can remove that cap, and ultimately you want it stowed on the adjustable that's on the real bag.
That's where it is.
Copy. And the other cap you're looking to remove is on the Ethernet cable itself, P5, Whiskey 4294.
Whiskey 4294. Okay, that cap is removed.
Copy. With that, you can make...
No fog. EMI's clear. Waiting.
Copy. Good inspection. Go to mate.
Needed.
Okay, Chris, with that, we're going to start routing. I have a few notes for you. Use S1 nadir handrail path between faces 5 and 6 to S3. Secure wire ties as needed every 5 to 10 feet. Pull slack to reduce cable bowing out, yet avoid putting tension in cable, and verify safety tether not trapped by cable wire tie. How copy?
Got it, thanks. Copy.
Okay,
so
Chris.
We're going over the top of these exodus wires. We're looking for this little handrail on the opposite side.
Okay, from the angled one.
Angled one. Okay.
Okay, I've tapped the brake pedal, brake release pedal on the inboard side of the outboard seat cars.
Copy, Bob.
Okay, that little handrail has a wire tie.
Copy, Chris. Next, you're going to want to route the cable station forward of the S0 aft strut.
Okay, copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 39 minutes into today's spacewalk. Cassidy working on the routing of an Ethernet cable, making some connections and routing it across the station structure. Behnken wrapped up the rebolting of the H-fixture back to the mast canister. This was the gold square that was on the base unit of the solar arrays. That's secured into place. Now returning his tool bag over close to the airlock. The station 260 statute miles over the Philippines in an orbital nighttime.
We have arrived at the top of the cedar spur.
Copy, Bob, and just let us know where you end up temp stowing the ORU bag.
Copy.
All right, I'm around that strut.
Copy, you're around the strut. Next, you'll retrieve your green hook from the handrail you dropped it off, the diagonal one.
Okay, copy. See Bob's feet. Bob, can you slide past me at this point, or if you go on the airlock and go start port? Just trying to figure out the best.
I want to drop this bag off. I figured the best thing to do is just drop it on the airlock handrail.
Copy
The
that.
ring.
Copy that.
And Chris, that where you retrieve your green hook from, that diagonal strut, I believe that's the same one you're going to want to put your next wire tie on.
I believe so too.
And you'll want to wire tie to the zenith part of that handrail stanchion.
Okay. Green hook. Retrieved.
Copy, green hook.
Because the large or the medium or U-bag is tethered to the circular handrail 506 on the underside of the airlock.
Copy that, Bob. And with that, you can head over to help Chris and just let us know how you want to work it with who's trailing and who's leading.
Yeah, Bob, if you can go on the airlock straight port, if that works for you, and then you can come up behind. But I'm not picturing the tethers behind me, so double check me on that.
Okay. I think my tether is actually kind of trailing a little bit off to the starboard side still, kind of on the CETA light, or on the light stanchion down there.
Okay.
I'll have to try to clear that a little bit.
All right, I've almost made it to the CETA spur.
Okay, Chris.
Can't see you, so just tell me if you need me to do anything that helps you or helps us.
I'm on the airlock toolboxes.
Okay.
Trying to make sure my safety tether is not okay, so let's see. I probably need to pass you and come behind you.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. You go one handrail further to the port side.
To the port?
Yeah.
Yep. Not a whole lot of handrails in here. Are you coming up the CETA spur right now?
Yep, coming up right behind you.
All right.
I'll pass over your tether.
Now that I'm looking at my tether, I think I need to do a bag swap around that thing so or wait a minute, we're going to go. Oh, it's fine. Thinking about the CETA spur and my tether. Which side of the CETA spur is that tether?
On the forward side, you have to come underneath here.
Yeah. We want the cable on the left side of the CETA spur, right, Jasmine?
Hey, firm.
Yeah. So when I get to that spot, Bob, I'm going to just have to do the little bag switcheroo like I did last over. I mean, if you need me to go up, down, port, starboard. Otherwise, I'm just holding right here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my safety tether clear of the light. There we go. Back right into it. Hard to see with it pointing right at you.
Yeah. You know, if I get onto the CETA spur, then you'll have room to pass, because where I'm looking, there's really no way for you to. This way you can get by me. How's that work?
I think can you get by me?
This is where I need to do the bag switch.
Okay, so you want me to go underneath you?
Yeah, because there's maybe one more place that needs a wire tie.
Okay.
So while you and Jasmine are tagging up on that, I'll switch the bag around.
Okay. Jasmine, is there a reason why we should delay on putting our fair leads out? The problem is that it's the tethers are wrapping around the light.
Checking.
I think I've got it clear now. Just trying to keep it
clear.
Yeah. Fair lead it a little bit.
Another short handover of communication from the International Space Station. Again, we'll be regaining it shortly. Teams here in Mission Control Houston leading Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken through today's procedures, led by Flight Director Royce Renfrew there in the gray suit. To his right, Jasmine Mogbelli. The ground IV is her voice you're hearing here from Mission Control Houston. And the back row on the right there is Jackie Kagi, the Spacewalk officer, knows the procedures backwards and forwards.
Unclear.
Okay, and if you drop those Richmond fair leads now, you may not make it all the way out, and so you may need to drop a green hook along the way. So you can do that if you want to, knowing that you may need to drop a green hook to reach.
Okay. Just continue.
Yeah, if you can scooch to your left to the port a little bit more, and then I'll get stuck under the seat of spin.
As we start to regain some views from the International Space Station, we do have a question from the hashtag AskNASA that has to do with handovers of some of this video and audio. This question comes from Kate on Twitter, who asks, during handovers, do the two astronauts conducting the spacewalk lose communication with each other? The answer there is no. The communications between spacewalking astronauts is through UHF antennas on the station, not through the tracking and data relay satellites. Cassidy and Behnken continuing to route those Ethernet cables as they enter into an orbital sunrise over the North Pacific Ocean. Space Station 261 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean, just east off the coast of Japan.
Thunder, sun's coming up.
And I think I'll need to take a wire tie caddy out of here probably, huh?
Yeah, I think so.
And Chris, just for SA, was the last wire tie location you installed where your green hook previously was?
That's affirmative, yeah.
Copy, thanks. And so the next handrail you're routing to is 3431. That's the one between where your green hook was and the CETA spur.
That's the one we're on right there. That's the next wire tie spot, though. I'm tethered, Bob. I'm going to release your tether.
Okay. And I have the wire tie caddy.
You have a wire tie caddy. Copy that.
Charles, you
Are you there? Phone check.
Yeah, Chris, lost you for a second. Say again.
We're working on 3431 right now, Bob. Putting the wire tie.
wire tie on 3431.
Copy. 3431 is in work. Next, you're going to be routing it aft of the CETA spur and then continue starboard. I can give you the handrail when you're ready.
Just 1 second. Okay, we are aft of the CETA spur, and ready for a handrail number.
Copy. It's handrail 3291. It's just nadir of the ATA.
Little one, 3291.
A-firm, it's a little one.
Okay, handrail, wire tie installed 3431.
Copy. 3431 installed.
This one right here, this little guy.
Okay.
Basically the first one you get to after the CETA spur.
Okay.
And as you work 3291, I have a few cautions for both of you when ready.
You have never-ending amount of cautions for us.
I know you love them. So you're going to avoid contact with the targe beam. If contact occurs, wait 2 to 5 minutes for structural response to dissipate. Verify the S3 boom Ethernet cable is clear of starboard targe rotational envelope, and avoid contact with the CETA light and CP3. How copy?
Copy.
Okay, and I see the wire tie being worked. Next, you're going to route the cable to handrail 3222. So you're going to go, make sure your safety tether's not trapped by the cable or wire tie. You'll translate starboard of the CETA spur to 3292.
Confirm which side of the light you'd like it on.
On the forward side of the light.
Copy that.
Okay, so the handrail 3291 now has a wire tie and the Ethernet cable captured.
Copy, Bob.
And are we okay to transition to the aft? What's the next handrail you want on the aft side? Or transition forward for the
Yeah, you'll transition nadir. So after 3291, you'll transition nadir and go past handrail 3282.
Okay. You want a wire tie on 3282?
So as you continue this translation starboard, you can get just wire tie every 5 to 10 feet and give us the wire tie locations.
I think we probably need one to initiate.
Yeah, I think it makes sense right there.
You know, it's not very far. It just is not.
It's right up. It's after
Turn,
the
yeah.
turn, yeah.
Yeah, and there are extra wire ties, so that sounds good.
I'm out to 3258 underneath the targe.
Copy 3258. You can continue out. And Chris, as you continue outboard, you're eventually going to handrail 3222, which is a small handrail.
22, copy.
Okay. Our ties installed on handrail 3282.
Copy 3282, Bob.
I'll do 3275.
Copy, installing a wire tie on 3275.
Wire ties installed on 3275.
Copy, Bob.
Thirty-two 67 next.
Copy 3267. Work.
Another handover of video and audio from the TDRS satellites, part of the Space Network under the Space Communications and Navigation Program. This is the International Space Station Flight Control Room, leading the leading the flight control teams and the spacewalk today, led by Flight Director Royce Renfrew, you see there in the gray blazer. Behind him, Jackie Kagi is the spacewalk officer today.
I didn't catch your last, Chris.
Working the details of the procedures with her teams in some of the back rooms. The voice you're hearing is Jasmine Mogbelli, to the right of Renfrew. She's the ground IV walking Cassidy and Behnken through today's procedures.
Copy.
Cassidy and Behnken continuing the work to route Ethernet cables on the outside of the station, now regaining some of that video.
222, and I copy. You've got the wire tie started. You can continue outboard to handrail 3010 if you'd like. We don't want you to turn that corner without dropping a wire tie there, though.
Copy.
And I've got another caution for both of you. Translate only on zenith edge side of ELC4. How copy?
Copy.
And I copy as well.
And Jasmine, we must be getting close to hourly check-in.
Yeah, Chris, you caught me. I missed it. We're 5 minutes over. Sorry about that. So you're at 5 hours and 5 minutes. Limiting consumable is Medox on Chris at 7 hours, and you're approximately on the timeline.
Okay, copy that.
I probably ought to put one on 3238 or 3234, one or the other.
Your choice, Bob.
Tight little spot like we predicted. It's a corner.
Yeah, and Chris, we expect that that corner may need two people, and you'll want to make sure the cable is routed forward of the CP3 stanchion.
I don't think I can squeeze.
Okay.
Hey Bob, don't come any closer. I'm gonna up the bag and go around this thing. I can't get in between.
Okay. Then I'll pass you the bag around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like there's not a whole lot of need to tether to the bag, but it seems unconscionable to not. Wire tied all the way. Use an adjustable from my mini workstation.
I'm down to 2 more wire ties. Looks like there's another, we've used about half of them so far. I plan to put one, you've already got one in down there?
There's two already in here.
Okay.
You'll be able to make the corner.
Okay. I'll snug it up and then
Okay. Going around the camera.
Copy.
Thank you. Keep coming up above your head. See the radiator? My feet aren't close. Okay. Whenever you get a sec, can you just release? There's an adjustable from the bag onto the next handrail.
Yep. Ready for that?
I am. Got it, thanks. Okay, Jasmine, we rounded the corner.
Okay, copy. And you've got the cable bag forward of the CP3 stanchion, and you'll want to wire tie to 3010.
What's the one after 3010?
3009, and you want it routed starboard of with 4.
The non-radiator side of 4.
A firm. And on 3009, you'll also wire on that same starboard side, and you want to wire tie the nadir stanchion.
Nadir, towards Earth.
Let me know when you're probably going to a little bit before you can move forward, correct?
Yeah, I'm going to throw a wire tie down here so you can have it.
Okay.
How many do you have wire ties remaining?
2.
Okay.
You're getting a live view from the helmet camera of Chris Cassidy continuing to work on routing that Ethernet cable with the help of Bob Behnken, working together now as they enter the one of the trickier elements of routing the cable around one of the corners of the space station.
Yeah, and then the next one is right over the hump over here. Okay.
Ground IV Jasmine Mogbelli guiding them through which wire ties and handrails to route the cable And which direction relative to the position of the station?
Right, Jasmine. Passing 3008.
Copy. And you're going to route Zenith to S3 Phase 4. And I've got another caution for you. Do not translate on CAS, deploy Clevis, or ADP. Visually verify ADP is in place when passing the area.
Okay. Do either 3008 or 3007 at 1.
Negative. Next one is 3016.
Okay, so it kind of cuts across the corner away from the radiator.
Affirm, Chris.
006. Any particular height of 3016?
Negative.
Yeah, I'm coming, following you over.
Okay.
Cassidy and Behnken working together on some of the final segments of routing this Ethernet cable.
Did you say 3016 now has a wire tie?
It has. I put a wire tie on the handrail waiting for Bob.
Okay, copy. Next one.
Next handrail.
3043, and that's another small handrail.
C24 9 0.
Should be the next
Going
one.
Straight across the beam.
Yep, affirm. It's the next one past 3030.
And on the other side of the stanchion.
Yeah, it's on the other side of the stanchion. And it's oriented just like 3024 was.
– 3043 in sight.
Copy, and that will be the last one that we wire tie it to.
Okay, 3009. Going in, 3010 is complete.
Copy, 3010 and 3009 are complete.
Okay, and to keep it off the CAS system, should we to be after 3009? What are you expecting, Jasmine? It looks like it, Chris has already got one on the other face down here. I just didn't see it. It's pulled out a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, she said it cuts that corner.
So if you go straight from 3009 to 3016, you're saying it's hitting the CAS?
Oh, I just didn't know about 016. So now I do, and Chris has a wire tie already on there. I just need to get it captured in there based on to keep it clear of the CAS.
Okay, copy.
All right. I'm here at 3049.
Okay, so you can reel out the excess cable to expose the P1 connector in the middle of the cable reel bag and remove the P1 connector from the reel bag, and then you'll stow the excess of the cable bundle on the nadir stanchion of 3049.
Nadir stanchion of 3049. Good thing there's an earth down there, because I've been no idea which way is up or down without it.
Yeah.
This is Mission Control Houston, so Cassidy and Behnken completing the wire ties that route the Ethernet cable to this position.
Yeah, we've got a good view on your WVS, Chris. That is a lot.
Obviously.
Obviously.
His next task will be to stow some of the excess. On the nadir side, the side facing away from the Earth. As Cassidy is wrapping up some of these Ethernet routing procedures, we do have another Ask NASA question. This one comes from Jeff on Twitter, mentioning that he's seeing a variety of tasks performed by Behnken and Cassidy. And he's asking, does each expedition crew receive specialized training, electrical, mechanical, networking, in preparation for their time on station? The answer is no. They actually provide more generic training, getting familiarization with working with some of these elements. Cassidy, though, and Behnken, both experienced astronauts, working with a variety of different equipment. Cassidy himself even adding to some of the procedures, actually writing them for the lithium-ion battery swaps.
15 minutes ahead of timeline. So with that, we can either call it there. We're currently at 5:23 on the PET, or we can go after the get-ahead task of the CP13 lens filter removal. That should take about 15 minutes if you guys want to do it.
I think,
why don't we check and see where we are once we WVS this thing and see if we want to add a wire tie or two.
yeah, I was thinking the same thing, and then when we get to the top of the Cetus spur, we'll rehack the clock and assess there.
Okay, sounds good.
Where's the ORU bag? It's at the airlock, right?
Correct.
Copy that.
How much more daylight do we have, Jasmine?
Say again?
How much more daylight do we have?
26 minutes.
Copy.
And just for your essay, Chris and Bob, with 36 that you're going by, that's where the boom goes.
Copy that.
Anything else here I can help you with, Chris?
I think I'm done.
Okay.
I'm just taking a picture down the wire, kind of a little mini survey of it. I'm heading your way, Bob.
This is Mission Control Houston. Status update on the progress of today's spacewalk. Cassidy and Behnken are wrapping up the routing of this Ethernet cable.
So with that, we'll need a glove and half inspection on both of you, inventory on the real bag, and then the WVS survey, which I think, Chris, you're starting to do now. And so in whatever order you want to do those.
Gloves EV1 are good, half is dry, no change to my gloves at all. When Bob's done with his, I'll give you the bag.
Copy.
Let me just complete this translation, and then I'll be a status.
Okay, Bob.
So again, Cassidy and Behnken wrapping up this cable routing procedure. Of their timelined tasks, this one is the last on the timeline. They do have some time, if they decide to do a get-ahead task, to remove a lens cover of one of the cameras. Both astronauts relaying that they will first complete this last task and then assess the timeline after completing all of the tasks for this last item on today's procedures.
Okay, real bag Charlie. It has an adjustable with a long duration tie down tether connected between the D-rings and a wire tie on that long duration tie down tether.
Copy.
There's another adjustable. Both of those are connected to one wire tie caddy. Bob has the other one. There is a ret, an adjustable with two caps on it, and there's an additional adjustable which came from my mini workstation.
Copy. Additional adjustable from your mini workstation. And Chris, we're tracking that that's everything inside the real bag.
Okay.
So as we get the WVS survey, and we can head back towards the airlock, you guys can stow the real bag. Either you can temp stow it outside for now or put it in the airlock, and then we'll be going after the CP13 lens filter removal. And it's up to you guys if you want to go after the lens filter removal or call it.
Okay.
Okay, Jaws, I added an additional wire tie to handrail 3224.
Copy 3224.
And I think I've got one more, so it feels like I should just go ahead and use it to make sure there's not any other things that we could do to take care of the radiator. I'll put it on 3238.
Copy, putting a wire tie on 3238.
Pressing the 3009-3010 corner. Thing fell out of the envelope.
Copy, Chris.
And wire ties installed on 3238.
Copy 3238.
What do you think of right there?
It needs another one?
It needs another one, yeah. I'm all out.
Yeah. I'll put one more in here.
And,
maybe this one. I have it.
Can you give me another wire tie?
Two more.
I think this is good because of the light, the gap here, but
Yeah. Yeah.
okay, one more on 3282.
Do you have it or you need it?
I got it.
Copy 3282.
Which one was that you just did, Rick? Chris?
Which number?
Yeah.
Reminder? 3258.
Copy 3258.
All out.
And one in reserve. What's PET, Jasmine?
5 hours, 35 minutes.
I don't know how you feel, but it seems like there's no need to that.
I agree.
We'll just head in.
Sounds good. So there's the Cedarspur. I don't know why I feel upside down, but I think it's you. Take a couple pictures here on the Cedarspur.
Yeah.
Okay, so copy. And just a reminder, as you head inboard towards the airlock, you'll want to put your Richman fare leads in place again. Chris, yours on 3409, and Bob, yours on 3410. And Chris, you'll be weaving your tether again down the port handrails on the Cedarspur.
Okay. Hopefully one of those 58 pushes.
Yeah, I only saw it go like once. Ricky, thank you for the reminder about the adjustable air lead.
Affirm, Bob, 3410.
About took yours.
Yeah,
My fare lead is in on 3410.
and while I'm working my fair lead, maybe you can grab the GoPro, which is right at the base of the Cedarspur.
Okay, I'll do that.
And we do want Chris to lead back into the airlock.
Okay, so you want me to loiter here. And let Chris head back to the airlock. I can still get the GoPro because you've got the bag. So
Okay.
take care of. I think I'm out of your way.
And this one is mine, right? Yep.
I see the GoPro on the airlock.
And Bob, could we have you cycle your WVS?
That time it was off. Like your safety tether is around the light there.
You know what it is? The light?
Yeah, it looks like it's below the light. Clear now.
That crisscross going to be okay?
Because I put my fare lead in first.
I don't know. But see where it is, I think. See where I'm talking about, where they cross back there? Oh, yours is on top. Okay. Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. Cassidy and Behnken have completed the final task on today's procedures, the routing of the Ethernet cable. The crew is opting not to switch out the lens cover, one of the get-aheads today, and rather ingress for an on-time EVA in just about 6 hours.
Translation path up there, bud.
Right now sitting at 5 hours, 40 minutes into today's spacewalk. Cassidy and Behnken just working on their tethers, making sure they're in a good configuration as they make their way back to the airlock to conclude today's spacewalk. The clock will stop once repressurization of the crew lock begins.
Okay.
Station at this time is heading into an orbital nighttime, 269 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean.
All right. Looks good. Ways down. Roger, Pete. Okay.
Okay, Chris, you're breaking up a bit, but I think you said the fare lead's in place on 3409, and you're heading down the Cedar Spur. Just remember to weave the tether down the port handrails.
Okay. Copy that.
I can clean it up too.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be good.
And I believe you both called it, but as you head into the airlock, you're going to need to retrieve the GoPro, which you left on handrail 0500, and the ORU bag.
Copy. Okay, I'm transitioned off the Cedar Spur. I think one of my fare leads popped off there.
Yep, I got it. I'll get the GoPro.
Copy. Remote cover 3.
Copy, thermal covers open. And you can stow the reel bag in the airlock and attach your waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender.
Waist tether. Closed and locked. Closed and locked on both ends.
Copy, Chris. And let me know when you're ready to configure your safety tether. It's going to go to the aft external airlock D-ring.
Hold on, Jasmine. I'm just working on the bags.
Copy, Chris.
Okay, Jasmine, I've got the GoPro and the MUT and its associated RET.
Copy, Bob.
Go back. Charlie is in the airlock.
Copy, Chris. And I don't know if you wanted to grab the ORU bag or work your tether, just let me know.
I best to put the ORU bag.
Yeah, I'm working on that right now.
Copy.
U-bag in the airlock. Coming out.
Copy, Chris. And Chris, the camera's still on you, is that correct?
Camera is still on me with its ret and L bracket.
Copy, thanks. Okay, Chris, for your tether, you're going to be going to the aft external D-ring. You'll tether to and attach your green hook to that aft D-ring.
Green hook to the aft D-ring.
This is Mission Control Houston. Cassidy and Behnken making their way back into the airlock to complete today's spacewalk today. The station is again entering an orbital nighttime over the South Atlantic Ocean.
Check reels unlocked, and then you can pick up your yellow hook and stow it on your mini workstation.
Most of the work now is the tether configuration to make sure that the crew is safe to ingress. They got through all of their tasks today. They had one item that was officially as a get-ahead, crew opting not to tackle that one today. They still have 2 more spacewalks scheduled later this month that they'll have the option of getting that task done. That's just removing a filter from one of the cameras on the outside of the station. But the 1B power channel is now outfitted with 3 new lithium-ion batteries, all up and running. The 3B channel is prepped for their work later this month, and they routed a power cable and an Ethernet cable.
Copy, Bob.
Okay, the GoPro and the MUT indefector are all in its associated ret inside the airlock at this time.
Copy, Bob. You can attach your waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender.
Copy. My waist tether is closed and locked. The airlock D-ring extender.
Copy, and is that both ends, the end on you as well as the end on the airlock D-ring extender?
Affirmative.
Copy. With that, you'll be going to the forward external airlock D-ring. You can tether to and attach your green hook to the forward D-ring.
Copy. Okay, the green hook is tethered to the forward D-ring.
Copy.
Wheel is unlocked.
Copy, and gate close hook locked.
You need the green hook locked? That's the question?
Affirm, we need the green hook locked.
Okay, the green hook is locked.
Copy. With that, you can release your yellow hook and stow it on your mini workstation and ingress the airlock.
The yellow hook is stowed on my mini workstation. I will ingress the airlock.
Copy.
You know if there's any of these bags I need to help you with?
Just spinning around, okay. Somewhere in our space station is a new airlock thermal cover closure mechanism. Gonna be nice. Thermal cover's closed.
Copy. Thermal cover is closed. You can both remove your SUs from the stowage pouch, remove the DCM cover, Velcro to the DCM, and connect your SCUs to the DCM.
Didn't work.
This is Mission Control Houston. Cassidy and Behnken are now inside the crew lock. On the other side of that hatch is Doug Hurley and Yvonne Wagner, waiting for the to take over the procedures to repressurize that crew lock and get the crew back into the International Space Station. Repressurization start will be the official end time of today's spacewalk. Cassidy and Behnken now working together to essentially hook themselves up to station power and consumables.
I got the other bags up here, the medium 4U bag, the steel bag, the crew lock bag, the GoPro with the mud.
Copy.
Okay, my SCU is attached and verified locked.
Copy.
Okay, mine's confirmed locked.
Copy, Chris. Both of you note a TCV setting of 8 max cold minimizes time for SCU cooling. With that, you can switch water to off. Expect an H2O is off message.
Either one, water off.
EV2, water off.
Okay, caution, do not close hatch until EMU water off for 2 minutes, and we're about to have a handover in 30 seconds.
Another handover of audio and video communication from the station. Should be regaining that shortly. Flight Director Royce Renfrew leading today's spacewalk flight operations teams here in Mission Control Houston. Jasmine Mogbelli, immediately to his right, has been guiding Behnken and Cassidy through today's procedures. She only has a few more tasks on her end before officially handing it over to Doug Hurley inside the station, who will guide them through the repressurization process.
Okay, back with you after the handoff. We've got about 30 seconds left.
Behnken and Cassidy attached to station power and consumables.
Okay, there's 2 minutes. Chris, you can verify the outer hatch is clear of hardware and the handle position is per the hatch decal, and then you can close and lock the hatch.
Okay. Much easier without the bunch of waste tethers there. Yeah. Looks clear all around. No.
Copy.
Not quite copy.
Yeah, Chris, did you copy that 2 minutes is up?
I'm working on a hatch.
Copy.
Good wiggle. It is closed and it is latched and the lock mechanism is locked.
Copy.
Yes.
Hatch is closed and locked. Going over to pre-repress. Check your, Bob, for you on the UIA, check oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves are both open.
Oxygen EMU 1, EMU 2 are both open.
Switch power EV1 and 2 to on.
EV1 and EV2 power is on. The green LEDs in both cases.
Copy. Check the voltage on power EV1 and 2.
18.6 for both.
Copy. 18.6 for both. Both of you can switch your powers to SCU. Expect a warning tone.
EV1, power SCU.
EV2 is SCU.
Copy. With that, we're complete with the pre-repress. I'll hand you over to Doug and Yvonne. Great work today, guys.
You too, Jasmine.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Okay, welcome back. On your DCMs, O2 actuator to press.
Work.
O2 position is press for EV2.
EV1, to position press as well.
Copy that. Chris, check the EV hatch MPEV closed.
EV hatch MPEP is closed.
Okay, next step, I'm going to start throttling. Just let me know if you guys have any issues. We'll start slow, just like last time.
Copy.
And you guys can expect an alert tone as well when you get to 4.0. I'm going to increase it a little.
That's good.
And with that, we do have repressurization underway. That beginning at 12:14 p.m. Central Time, officially concluding the duration of today's spacewalk, coming in at 6 hours and 1 minute.
Norm.
Good for EV2, good for EV1.
Yes.
At the time of the start of repressurization, the International Space Station and the Expedition 63 crew were 265 statute miles over the Indian Ocean.
Pass through 4.
Okay, we stopped at 5. We're going to do the 2 minutes to stabilize pressure. Okay, pressure's stable. We're going to wait 1 more minute and check it again.
Copy.
Again, repressurization began at 12:14 p.m. Central Time. One of the checks on the way up to the pressure of the International Space Station at 14.7 is to hold at 5 psi for leak checks. That's underway now.
Copy both.
Okay, that's the extra minute. Pressure is stable. Copy the glove heaters and contamination. You can take your O2 actuators to IV.
O2 actuator IV, EV1. O2 actuator is IV for EV2.
Copy both. We're going to start repressing again. Just let me know if anything starts to hurt.
Copy.
Go on.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. Good leak checks at 5 psi, bringing it back up to the pressure of the International Space Station. Now more than 9 psi, heading towards 14.7. Now coming up on 12 psi. This was the 229th spacewalk for International Space Station assembly and maintenance. It was the 5th conducted this year in 2020, the 2nd spacewalk for Expedition 63. The 8th in Cassidy's career, his career total at 43 hours and 22 minutes. For Behnken, his total is 49 hours and 41 minutes, also his 8th spacewalk. He's now 11th on the all-time list for most cumulative time of spacewalking in EVA history. Today's spacewalk began at 6:13 a.m. Central Time, ending at 12:14 p.m. for 6 hours and 1 minute duration.
And the crew lock is about equal to 0.
Of the 229 spacewalks, the total time of all 229 adds up to 60 days and 34 minutes of total spacewalking time. Pressure now a little bit more than 14 psi. Almost complete in the repressurization process.
Does it look for DPDT? It looks stable in here.
Got the alert sound here.
Okay. Bob, if you want to make sure you're clear, we're going to go ahead and get the hatch open.
I'm clear.
Houston Airlock, we're going to 1.240. Step 2.
Copy and concur.
And repressurization is complete. The hatch is open. Doug Hurley and Yvonne Wagner will work together to get the crew back into the equipment lock and start removing some of their equipment.
Yes, Doug, we will take care of step 4.
Like we both did it, Chris.
First into the equipment lock is Bob Behnken. Anatoly Ivanushin from Roscosmos coming into the equipment lock to help in the these final steps to remove the suits from Behnken and Cassidy. First step is the removal of that SAFER unit, Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. This is on the bottom portion of their sort of backpack of the EMU, the Extravehicular Mobility Unit. As NASA astronaut Doug Hurley works to get Behnken and Cassidy out of their suits, aided by Yvonne Wagner and Anatoly Ivanushin from Roscosmos. A quick summary of some of the activities from today's spacewalk. Cassidy and Behnken both successfully installed the final lithium-ion battery onto the 1B channel of the starboard 6 truss. All batteries were checked out, and all 3 are able to store power on the 1B channel. That completes the upgrades to 7 of 8 power channels on the International Space Station. There's one more left. Cassidy and Behnken will go out the hatch once again at the end of this month to complete that final channel. They already got some work done ahead of time to prep for some of that work, including installing some handling and translation aids, also storing some portable foot restraints, and braking torque of some of the batteries, all of the batteries that they'll be removing and replacing with new lithium-ion batteries, again coming up later this month. They were also able to address some tasks that were originally on a long list of get-ahead tasks over the course of the 2 spacewalks that were designated for upgrading the 1B channel. But Cassidy and Behnken got way ahead of the schedule, especially on the last spacewalk, doing most of the work, so they were able to address a lot of the get-ahead tasks, including the routing of power and Ethernet cables on the outside of the International Space Station. One of the get-aheads was to remove an H-fixture on the mast canister of one of the station's solar arrays. This is some preparation work and one of the original get-aheads for some future power upgrades. Behnken was unable to remove that H-fixture, but again, this was one of the get-aheads, so it gives the flight operations teams plenty of time to come up with new procedures and techniques to get that H-fixture removed on a future spacewalk. The crew also opted not to remove a lens filter that was on one of the external cameras, again, another task that can be addressed on a later spacewalk. The primary task of upgrading the 1B channel is complete, and they even got a head start on the 3B channel to be completed later in July.